WhatsApp, a chat application responsible for facilitating millions of aunties gossiping in a consistent, real-time, and alleged encrypted fashion. That's what we're going to be building today. Today, we're going to build a simple WhatsApp clone using the latest and greatest technologies. And I'm talking Nextjs, and I'm talking Clerk for authentication, and I'm also talking using Convex as our backend, which is also the sponsor of today's video. Now, real quick, let me explain to you why building with Convex just makes sense. If you've seen my previous video, you already know, but if you haven't, Convex does your database management, your WebSocket connection, your data management, type-safe database interactions, real-time synchronization, serverless backend management, automated scaling. But for those who don't know what those big nerdizzle terms mean, basically with Convex, you don't need a DB provider, you don't need TanStack query, you don't need an ORM, and you don't need Socket.io. Convex handles everything beautifully. And if you're used to using these tools like TanStack query, a DB provider, writing out your schema, using an ORM, using Socket.io, Convex makes it so simple, it feels illegal. It's truly a great product. I'm so excited to be building this with you. Going over what we're building, I'm going to show you a quick demo. So this is going to be our simple landing page. Welcome to not WhatsApp. It's like WhatsApp, but not. We're going to click on start chatting. Then we're going to be asked to authenticate. We're going to continue signing in. And once I'm signed in, if you refresh, you're going to see that beautiful WhatsApp loading screen. We actually don't need this because a lot of the data is fetched server side. So the second you're on the page, all the data is there, but we want to make it look like WhatsApp, right? So that's why I added that loading animation, matching the WhatsApp colors, look and feel. Now you can click on the start new chat button and I can search for somebody here and I can click on someone's name and chat with them. I can click on a specific chat. It takes me automatically to the very last message. I can also send images. Let me send a quick meme right here. And as the image is uploading, by the way, Convex handles the image uploading and it's so simple to write these functions. I'm going to hit send, and then if I go to another browser tab, I see that the image pops up instantaneously. And just to show you how fast Convex is and how real-time this chat app is, I'm just going to show you right now. Look at that. Literally instantaneous, and this is all because of Convex. If we were to build this without Convex, it'd be a lot of code, but Convex makes it very simple and very easy to build applications like this. Crack your fingers, get you a glass of water, prep your computer, make sure it's charged. We're about to build this together. I hope you're as excited as I am. Let's get started. All right, let's get started. First things first, we have to initialize our Nextjs project. So that's what I'm going to do in my terminal here. I'm going to copy the npx create next app at latest. We're going to call this WhatsApp tutorial. We're going to say yes to TypeScript, yes to ESLint, yes to Tailwind, no to source directory, yes to app router, yes to TurboPack, no here. And we're going to let this run. Couple things that we're going to need to set up our Convex account. So make sure to click the link in the description, create your account. And then what I want us to do is I want us to go to database queries and then click on quick start and go to Nextjs. This is where we'll be setting up our Convex project. And for Clerk, you're going to create a Clerk account and meet me here at this page. I just named my project Not WhatsApp Tutorial. And this is all the stuff we need to set up. But in terms of UI, we're going to use our trusted ShadCN UI library, and we're going to set that up right now. So you go to the docs, installation, Nextjs, and we're going to run this command right here, npx ShadCN add latest init -d. It adds some defaults that are pretty nice in my opinion. So this is what I'm going to copy, and then we're going to go to the terminal. We're going to cd into our project, cd WhatsApp tutorial. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do code and then period. This opens up our project in VS Code, which is fantastic. And let's start off by installing and setting up ShadCN UI. We're going to use force. That's perfect. All right, ShadCN is set up. Just to make sure this works, we're going to add the button component. So let's do npx ShadCN add latest add button. And we're going to use force. And then we're going to see a components folder, UI, and under UI button.tsx, ShadCN is set up. Now let's set up Convex. In order for us to set up Convex, we're going to need to install Convex. So I'm going to go back to my terminal, bun install Convex. Oops, I did install twice. My apologies. Bun install Convex. That's done. And then we're going to run the Convex dev deployment. So we're going to split the terminal. And we're going to copy npx convex dev, right? This split terminal, this is where we'll see our Convex backend as a service at work, and this is where we will be building out our Next.js application. So we hit enter here. It's going to ask us to create a new project. We'll call it WhatsApp tutorial. It will be creating that, and you're going to notice a Convex folder pop up with a generated folder, a README, and a TS config, and that means you've done it correctly. So there's some things here it tells us to do, but we're just going to jump and we're going to add this Convex client provider. So I'm going to copy this code, go into components, and I like to do it this way. I'll create a providers folder, and we're going to do convex-provider.tsx, paste that here. And then in my layout file, I'm going to wrap my children with the Convex, and I make sure you import the right one, Convex client provider, the one I just copy pasted. We're going to wrap our children, and this makes it so that Convex is set up properly. And then after that, it's just how to use Convex, but we'll get into that shortly. And now let's set up our authentication. So I'm going to install Clerk Next.js. So let's do bun install Clerk Next.js. Perfect. That is set up. And then what we're going to do is copy our environment variables. Let's go to .env.local and paste our Clerk environment variables here. Perfect. And then it wants us to create a middleware file with some code. We're going to copy this code, and we're going to, in the root of the project, create middleware.ts, paste this here. That is perfect. And then it wants us to wrap our entire application with Clerk provider. So we're going to go back to our layout.tsx right here, and we're going to wrap the entire app with a Clerk provider. And one thing that with Next 15 that you're going to have to do once you've imported this, you're going to add dynamic here. Once you've done that, you're going to click on continue to the Next.js guide because we're not done yet. We're going to need to create our sign up and our sign in routes. And these are pretty simple, and this is why I love Clerk so much. I'm just going to copy this path right here, sign up / then this sign up, then page.tsx. I'm just going to copy this here. I'm going to show you a neat trick. And under app, I'm going to create a new file, paste that. What it's going to do is it's going to create the sign up folder, create this folder, and because there's a .tsx here, this knows that this is supposed to be a file and the rest are folders. So if I hit enter, you're going to see folder, file, which is exactly what I wanted. I'm going to copy the code here and paste it here. So we have our sign up page set up, and we're going to do the same thing for sign in. Under the app folder, create a new file, paste that, perfect. And then we're going to copy this code right here. So now I have my sign in and my sign up page set up. And then what it's telling me is I need to add some code to my middleware. And I'm going to explain a little bit about how this code works. So we're going to paste this code, and this middleware, basically what it does is it checks if there are any public routes that we've set, meaning these routes /sign in /sign up, if they are in this array, pass through this create route matcher. Essentially what happens is these have been made public routes, meaning anyone who's not authenticated can have access to this site. But any other route, if you are not signed in, then you won't be able to access it. And I'll show you an example. We're just going to do bun install, make sure everything's installed, and let's do bun run dev. So I'm going to go to my localhost 3000, and you're going to notice right off the bat, it took me to the sign in page. And that's because my home page is not a public route. But if I made my / a public route and I went to localhost 3000 again, you're going to see that it takes me to my main page. But let's say I wanted to go to /dashboard. If I can type correctly, let's say I wanted to go to /dashboard and I type dashboard here. Notice how it takes me to a sign in page, but it doesn't take me to /sign in. It takes me to some hosted page /sign in. And I don't want that. So let's keep going with the instructions. It tells us here to add 2 environment variables. And basically what these environment variables do is so that we don't see those hosted sign in, sign up pages. So if we do this all again, we hit back and then we try to go to /dashboard, we're going to be taken to the sign in page under our local host, which is what we want. And that is pretty much it. We are set up in terms of authentication. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to test logging in with my Google account. So let's click here. So it just signed me in with my Google account, and notice I'm on the slash dashboard page. Obviously gave me a 404 because this page cannot be found. But the reason I'm on this page is because I have been authenticated. And to just remove my authentication, I don't have a sign up functionality yet. I'm just going to refresh, remove cookies, and then it signs me out, which is perfect. Our clerk is set up properly. But now there is something that we need to set up. If I go back to my clerk dashboard and I click on users, this is an account I just signed up with, right? Michael Shamelis is my name. This is my email. But all this information about me is stored on clerk. There's no way for me to pull this information from a database because I haven't stored this in a database. And this is where clerk and Convex come together. I want to store my user information in my Convex tables, in my Convex DB. So that's what we're going to set up right now. In order for this to set up, there's some high level things I want to explain. So let's say we have a user, and this user wants to sign up on our site, and we know our site is built using Next.js, and we have Convex as our backend, as our trusted backend as a service. So we're going to say backend as a service, and we're using clerk for authentication, right? So this is what we want to happen. When this user comes to sign up, they're going to sign up using clerk. Clerk is going to generate them a user ID, authenticate them, all that stuff. And then we want clerk to send this information to Convex. But the way it's going to send this information to Convex is it has to send it to my Next.js application, right? And so this is just very clear. It's going to send this to my Next.js application, and my Next.js application is going to send this to my Convex backend as a service, right? So this is how, let me fix the arrow. This is how it's going to work. User comes to my site, signs up, clerk handles the authentication, gives that information back to my Next.js application. My Next.js application inserts that information in my Convex database, and my Convex database gives me that information whenever I call it. And the way clerk passes this information to Next.js is through what we call a webhook. And if you're not familiar with a webhook is basically an endpoint. So our webhook endpoint is going to be /API. Oh, let me make this clear. It's going to be /API/auth/webhook, right? Obviously, in front of the slash being our domain. And in this case, let's just say not whatsapp.com/API/auth/webhook. And we're going to give clerk this endpoint. And what clerk is going to do, when clerk has all the information ready, it's going to send a post request to this endpoint. And what's going to be included in that post request? The information that I need to store in my database. So I hope that makes sense. That's what we're going to build out. So for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to copy this webhook API that I've already written. The link to the code will be in the description. It's in my starter kit. So copy this right here, paste this. Now there's a couple things you're going to have to remove. I'm going to have to remove these two functions because we haven't created them yet. We're going to delete where they've been called. And then I see an unnecessary break here and an unnecessary break here and an unnecessary return here. And we are good to go. So we have our webhook API set up. And what I'm going to do in the meantime is under the try catch of user created, I'm going to do a console log. I'm going to do console log. I'm going to return not the event type, sorry. I'm going to return the payload. So we're going to see what data we get from clerk. I'm just going to console log this. So we have our webhook API set up, which is perfect. Now what we need to do is we need to tell clerk what our webhook API is. So I'm going to go to configure, and then I'm going to go to webhooks, and I'm going to create a new webhook here. So I'm going to click on add an endpoint. Now here's the thing. If I add my localhost endpoint here, it's not going to work because my localhost, guess what, is local to my device, right? Clerk will not be able to access my localhost. So I need to find a way where I can expose my localhost deployment, my local deployment to the internet so that clerk can fire to it. And the only way that you can do this, one of the ways you can do this is by using ngrok If you have never used ngrok before, sign up and follow their quick start. It's pretty simple to set up, but I'm going to assume you either have ngrok or Cloudflare Tunnel set up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to terminal, and in my terminal, I'm going to show you how easy it is to run ngrok. I'm just going to do ngrok http 3000. And what it's going to do is it's going to give me a URL that points to my localhost 3000. So my localhost 3000 is actually deployed to the internet. So if I go and hit this URL right here and I click visit site, guess where it takes me? It takes me to my localhost, which is great and which is what I need in order to test that my webhook works. So I'm going to copy the endpoint URL, and this is not the path to my webhook. This is the path to my web page. So what I'm going to do is /API /auth/webhook. This is the endpoint to my webhook. And the events I want to track, if you remember in my code, I had user.created and user.updated. These are the events I want to track. So I'm going to subscribe to events. I'm going to search user, and I'm going to do user created and user updated. And then I'm going to hit create. And then I'm going to get a signing secret. And this is the secret that I need to include in my .env.local. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste the secret here. And the way you're supposed to name the Clerk webhook secret is as follows. We're going to do clerk underscore webhook underscore secret equals to this is your webhook secret. So we have all that set up. Now we're going to test if this really works. So I'm going to click on testing, click on send event, and then we're going to do user created event. And we're going to send an example. And I've always had it that the first time it doesn't really show the results. So I'm going to click send again. And once we click that again, let's just refresh. It says it failed. So if we go and click here and see why it failed, let's try to see what's going on here. It seems to have sent the data correctly. Let's look at, oh, I know the reason why. The reason this failed is, if you remember, we have a middleware. And in the middleware, what routes are public routes? Routes that are only in here. The reason why Clerk can't send the payload is because Clerk is being blocked by its own authentication. So in order to make this work, I need to add another route, and it's going to be API/auth/webhook. Now I'm going to save this, and I bet you if we go to endpoints, click on the same endpoint, testing, and we send user created again, if we send an example, I'm willing to bet this is going to be successful, and it is. So our webhook is configured properly. Now let's go to our server and see our console log. Look at the information that Clerk successfully passed us. There's information here like email address, the user ID, image URL, right? There's information like profile image, right? There's information like first name. These are things that we want to track in our Convex database, and that is what we're going to do. So here where you have the console log, we're going to have some sort of function that when called writes to our Convex database. And that's what we're going to do. So we've done the Clerk setup, we've done the webhook setup. Now we're going to do writing to our Convex database and reading from our Convex database. Let's get into it. So on the Convex docs, I'm in the schema section under database. And what we're going to do is we are going to write a schema. And what's amazing with Convex is even though it's a document database, it feels like Postgres or SQL, the way you write the queries and the way you write the schema. So let's create our user schema. We're going to go to our project. Let's clean up right here. Let's minimize the terminal. We don't need this for now. And what we're going to do is under the Convex folder, I'm going to create a new file called schema.ts. And under schema.ts, there's a couple things I'm going to import. I'm going to import define schema, and I'm going to import define table. And this is going to be from Convex server, right? So I need these imports, and I spelled Convex wrong. And this is imported successfully. And then I'm going to need to import values, v, from Convex values, right? So we have our imports. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do export default define schema. and it's going to be an object. We're going to define our schema. And the first table I want to define is users, and we're going to call define table. And in define table is going to be an object where we're going to need a user ID, which is going to be a value of string. We're going to need email, which is going to be a value of string again. We're going to need a created at, which we're going to make a value of number. And then we're going to have some optional fields, meaning the fields above will be mandatory. So we're going to do optional fields. So we're going to do name, right? Optional, but the value of this optional field is going to be string. And then we're going to have, I forgot a comma here. And then we're going to have profile image, which is going to be a value, which is going to be an optional value. And this optional value is going to be string. So we have name, profile image, created at, email, user ID. And then there's a couple things we're going to add index, and basically say we should be able to index this table by user ID, and that's going to be user ID. And we should be also able to do this by name. I want to be able to search by name, and this is going to be name. I want to index by email, and that's it. So by user ID, by name, and by email. So I have my users table defined. Now what's cool is if I go back to Convex, I'm going to see that my users table has been created. Now this is the first step. Now what we're going to have to do once we've created our schema is we're going to need to be able to write data to our table. And this is essentially a mutation. So there's an example here for us, and we're just going to copy this example. And under the Convex folder, I'm going to create users.ts. And then I'm going to paste this example. Now this is an example where mutation is imported, and then we have values. And this mutation is called create task. I want to call this create user. And then in this create user, it says we have an argument here of text. We're going to have a couple things actually, because we're passing in some information, that payload object, if you remember from earlier, and it was not just one item, it was a bunch of things. And I'm just going to copy this and paste this here. So we're going to need a user ID, email value string, name value string, created at value number, and profile image value string. All right, so we have our arguments done. But now what we need to do is we need to insert this information into our user table. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment this out. And what we're going to do is we're going to write this together. So const new user equals await. We're going to take the context db. We're going to insert this information where? In the users table, boom, type safety. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy this right here, paste this here, but we already passed the argument. So what we're going to do for user ID, we want args for arguments dot user ID. For email, we want args dot email, right? For name, we want args dot name. For created at, you guys get the gist, args.created at, and then for profile image, it's args.profile image. So this should insert this information into our database, and then we're just going to simply return new user. Now this is an async operation, so we're going to wrap this with a try catch, copy this here, paste this here. I'm just going to throw new error and say information did not insert successfully. All right, so we have our create user function done, but creating is just not enough. We need to be able to read the user information too. So let's write our read user function. And instead of a mutation, this is obviously going to be a query, which gets imported, just imported query. And this is going to be an object. And this object is going to have two things. We're going to have arguments, right? And then we're going to have a handler function, right? And this handler is going to be async, and there's going to be, we're going to have access to two things, the context and the arguments, this being an arrow function, and there you have it. So in order to read the user information, what is one important piece of information we need? We're going to need the user ID, and this is going to be a value of string, right? And in the handler function, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a try catch. Here, what we're going to do const user info equals to await. We're going to take the context. We're going to query the DB. Which table are we querying? The users table. What are we going to do in this table? We're going to filter, and we're going to filter through every user in this table. And what we want to do is we want to return if there is a user, right, whose field, which field are we checking? The user ID. If there is a user with the user ID field that is equal to the user ID that is being passed, this should be field, sorry about that. I want that to be returned. So what are we going to do? We're going to take the argument's user ID and check against each user to see if there's a matching user ID. If there is a matching user ID, we want to return that, but we also want to return the first instance of this. And the reason why we just do dot first is this makes this call happy, and we also have to realize that there can't be multiple users with the same user ID, right? The user ID is unique, and if this doesn't work, we're just going to throw a new error, and we're going to say reading user did not work. Perfect. So I have my read user query and I have my create user query. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my API auth webhook. In that file, I'm going to put this to the side. When a new user is created, right, this API fires. In this case fires, right? We know this because we tested this with the console log. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create an object called user data. We're going to do const user data. And in this object, there's a couple things that we're going to pass. We're going to get the user ID, which you can get using payload.data.id, email, which you can use payload data, email address is the first email address, name from the first name, and if the first name doesn't exist, just leave it empty. Created now is date now, and then we get the profile image again from the payload. And then what we're going to do is we're going to await fetch mutation, which is how you do a mutation server side using Convex. And then what I'm going to do is I want you to follow this syntax. I'm going to do API, and I'm going to import this from Convex. I'm going to do dot users, which is what? Exactly this file name right here. And I'm going to do dot, look at that type safety, create user, right? So this basically calls the create user mutation we wrote earlier, which is on this side right here. We can close this now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the user data object we just created. And this should be enough. So what we're going to do is we're going to run our project and run our Convex dev server. So make sure this is all running. Now what we're going to do is we're going to test this live. So I'm going to check on Clerk. I'm going to remove my account so that there's no already user information, and we're going to sign up again. So I'm going to create connect, and let's see if this works. Okay, it took me to a dashboard page. This dashboard page is empty, so that's fine. But moment of truth is if I go to my users table, look at my email, look at my name, look at my profile image, look at my user ID, and look at the creation time. This has been successfully built. So now I can store the authenticated user information in my Convex DB. But what about calling it? Let's say we want to display the user information here on the home page. How do we go about doing this? And this is pretty simple. I want you to go back to the docs, click on Quick Start, go to Next.js, and here is an example of how we can get our user information. So I'm just going to copy this right here, and I'm just going to paste this. This is a client component. We just imported use query and API. And you see here the same syntax, api.task.get. But we don't have a .task, so I'm going to remove that. And I'm going to do .users.readUser. And then we see that use query expects 2 arguments. I'm just going to call this user info, and I'll comment this out for now. And remember, the second argument we needed was what? If we go back to read user, is we need a user ID. And the user ID we can get from Clerk, because remember, our application is wrapped with the Clerk provider. All I have to do is use a hook called useAuth, and then I get the user ID. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open curly braces, and then we're going to need to pass the user ID. So we'll do that. And then it says it could be null. We're just going to add an exclamation mark, and that's that. And then what I want us to do is to render the user information. So we'll do JSON stringify the user info null and then 2. And then if we save this and we go to our home page, which we should be authenticated, we get our user information. And this user information is being read straight from Convex. So we have our project perfectly set up. We have authentication taken care of. We have our middleware where we can set up public and private routes. We have our Convex backend as a service set up, our tables set up. Everything is set up. It's actually now time to start building the project. Super excited. Let's get into it. All right, let's start with the home page. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, you see this is the Convex chat app, and then if you click on start chatting, see that nice, beautiful loading animation. But what we see right now is this blank canvas with user information. This is not what we want, so let's write some code. Okay, so I'm going to close this stuff out. We're going to go to our app folder and page.tsx. So we're just going to remove this here, going to remove this, and we are going to build out our home page. So what we're going to do is we're going to do main, and then in main we're going to do class name. We're going to do flex, min height screen, flex call, item center, justify center. We want things to be centered. We're going to do a background color, and this is like that WhatsApp green color. This is the closest I could get to it right there. And then we're going to do, when it's dark, we're going to do background. Again, this is like dark mode WhatsApp, closest I can get to as well. And then we're going to do text white, and then we're going to do padding of 4. Now the application is going to be default dark mode. So, and I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that, but I just have these here just in case. So we're going to do div, class name, text center, and we want to do a space Y of 6. Perfect. And then we're going to do an H1, and in this H1 it's going to say welcome to not WhatsApp. Right, this is where your auntie gossips. We're going to do class name, text for Excel, font bold, and then when the screen is small, we're going to do 5XL. When it's medium, we're going to do 6XL. Perfect, 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 perfect. And then we're going to do a P tag, and in this P tag, it's going to say it, and then we're going to do ampersand APOS. S, and then we're going to do like WhatsApp. Now, I'm sure you know this, but you can't render that in between P tags, so you have to use this as a sign. So this basically renders out to that, right? Just if you didn't know. So it's like WhatsApp, but not, you know what we mean. Okay, perfect. And then we're going to do button, and this is from Chatcn. And in this button, we're going to do a link tag. And in this link tag, the href is going to be to chat/chat, right? And in this, it's going to say start chatting. Okay. And then there are some things we're going to add. We're going to make this as child because we have the link under the button. The size of the button is going to be a large. We want this to be a big button. And then class name, we're going to do background white. Text, again, this is that WhatsApp color. Just going to paste this in here. Oh, need to have the hashtag in front. Perfect. And then when we hover, we want to have a background gray of 100. And when it's dark, we want the background to be, again, these are WhatsApp specific numbers. So just feel free to pause the video and copy these. And then after that, we're going to do dark text white. We're going to do a dark hover of background. Again, sorry for these weird colors. I just want to keep it closely to the WhatsApp theme. Oops. Let me copy that properly. Hashtag that. So this is it right here. You can pause the video, copy that real quick. So we have our button set up, and for chat, we're just going to do class name, text large. We're going to do font semi-bold. All right. We should save this, and if we go to our page and we refresh, would you look at that? This looks quite similar to, let me go back to the home page here. But you notice the color is darker. And what I've done is I've just made it so it's default dark mode, and I don't give the user the option to make it dark mode, light mode, because I just like dark mode better. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use Chatcn's theme provider. So we're going to go back to docs, dark mode, and here we're going to need to install, it tells us here we need to install Next Themes. So go back to our terminal, button install Next Themes, and then we're going to copy this theme provider. So pretty simple, we just copy this code right here. You could click there if you want. Copy this code right here. And then if you remember under components, I had a folder called providers. This is where we put that. So I'm going to do theme provider.tsx, paste this here. And then in our layout.tsx, I'm just going to wrap under here theme provider and then wrap the children. But there are some props that I need to pass. I'm going to copy these props right here. I'm going to pass these props. And you see where it says default theme, I'm going to make this dark. So when I go back to my home page and I refresh, let me run the server first. Sorry about that. Let's clear this, bond run dev. And then if I refresh my site, so I'm going to get this hydration error, and the way you fix this is you do suppress hydration error. And the reason why that error is caused is because of the extensions I have. So home page is looking good, but our text is a lot bigger here. So that means we missed something. Let's go back to our p tag. Yes, I did not write any class for p tag. So let's do class name, text large. Actually, it's XL. We're going to do for medium text 2XL, and then we're going to make the text white, but we're going to tweak that a little bit, /80. And then the H1 has its class, p tag has its class. So if we refresh this, yep, can't even tell the difference. I notice here the text is green. It should be white, and that's because I spelled white wrong, of course. So save that. We are looking good. So our home page is successfully done. Next, we're going to work on our profile page, and that page is, I'll just show you by going to starting by our chat page. If we click on our profile image, we're taken to a /profile page. We see our user image, our name, and our email. We can edit our name, and we can also change the image, right? So I can hit that and it saves. And this is the page that we're going to be working on. Let's get started. All right, let's get started with the profile page. So I'm gonna head over to my VS Code, new theme, who this, and I'm gonna create new file under app, call it profile, and under profile, I'm gonna do page.tsx, right? So this essentially is going to be taking me to my profile page route. So I'm just going to create a simple fragment with profile in between. So if we go to localhost 3000 refresh, yep, we see profile here. That means our route is properly set. Now, in order to set up our profile page, there's some data that we're going to need, because if you notice on the WhatsApp clone, we have the user's name and we have the user's email. We also have the user's profile image. We also have the ability to edit, which is great, and to change the profile image, right? We want to be able to build that out. But in order to get the information, there's a couple things that we're going to fetch here. So the first thing that we're going to fetch is, the first thing we're going to get is the user ID. And this we get from our trusted clerk, right? I'm just going to await auth. Let me import this package right here, make this component an async. Perfect. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do const preloaded user info, and I'm going to await preload query. And in preload query, I'm going to pass api.users.read user, but I need to make some imports so I can have the beautiful autocomplete on my side, right? And then it says I'm going to need a second argument, and this second argument is me passing in the user ID, and I'm just going to assure that the user ID is there. That is perfect. Now let's write our JSX. We're going to have our trusted div, class name of flex call. We're going to do a height of screen. We're going to do a nice customized background color. Again, as always, just pause the video and copy that right there. And then we're going to do the same thing for the text color. It's going to be a nice custom one, so everything looks fresh right there. And underneath here, we're going to have a profile component. And in this profile component, we're going to pass the preloaded user information. And the reason why we're doing this is we want to get the preloaded user info on the server and then pass it to a client component. So when the client component loads, it has the initial data loaded. So there's no flashes or anything like that, right? So like if I refresh here, notice it almost instantaneously accepted the image, which is fine with us. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a components folder, and here we're just going to call it profile.tsx. I spelled profile wrong. Profile.tsx, and then we're going to do export default function profile component, and we're just going to return a fragment. Save that, and then let's import this right here. But then it's saying we need to add in the props. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to add this right here. So preloaded user info, and the type for this is pretty fun. We are going to do preloaded info, user info, like that, and then paste that there. And this has to get closed, and these get imported. So I'm going to import preloaded. I'm going to import API, and our types are good to go. And one thing that we have to do is that this is a client component, so we have to add use client up top. So we're going to need router from use router. All right, that's imported. Make sure it's from navigation, not router. Our navigation is the updated package. And then we're going to track some state. We're going to track is editing. So if the input is being edited, like I showed you earlier on the profile page, the user can edit their name. So we're going to need to track state for this, and the original state, of course, is going to be false, right? And then we're going to get the user info using use preloaded query, right? And we're going to pass in the preloaded user info. And what this does is this makes it so that anytime user information changes because of this query, it's going to update right away, which is part of the reason why I love Convex so much. And then we're going to do const update user mutation equals to use mutation. And then we're going to do api.users.update name. We have not written this out yet, so we're just going to comment this out because we're going to write this out. And now we're going to build out our form. And for forms, I use React Hook form. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Actually, before I even start writing code, why don't I just show you the website and the documentation. Pretty simple to set up. I'm just going to copy this right here, the use form hook, right? I'm going to copy the use form hook, and then it's going to say I need to import use form from React Hook form, which is great. I haven't installed React Hook form, so what we're going to do is going to do uninstall. I believe it's, just React Hook form. We'll copy that, paste this here, hit enter, save, good to go. So we have our use form set up. And then what we're going to do is we are going to add some default values. Within use form, I can open up my curly braces, type in default values, and then I'm going to just say name is user info name. But if it's empty, we'll just give it an empty string. So basically, when the form is being loaded, right, if you notice back on this site, when I hit refresh, the name is already populated. That's what this default values does. So that is perfect. That is what we need. And now we're going to do an on submit. And this is basically going to be for our form. But for now, I'm just going to do on submit, and then we're just going to return nothing. Like, we're just going to leave this for now. And we're also going to need handle image change. Handle image change. This basically handles the image, profile image changing. And we're going to make this an arrow function. And again, for now, we're just going to return nothing. Perfect. And then now let's write some JSX. So let's open up our brackets here. We're going to have a fragment. All right, we're going to do header. And within header, we're going to have a class name, background, again, custom color. We're going to paste this here. Oops, not $, wish it was $. All right, we're going to do padding 4, flex, and then we're going to do items center. Oops, keep spelling center wrong. Perfect. And then we're going to have a link. And then this is going to link to the chat. And basically what this is right here. If I click this, it links you to a chat. So we're going to import this from Nextjs, from Next Link. Be careful to not import Lucid Reacts. I've had some pain importing the wrong link. And then we're going to do button, and this button is from Shatcn UI. So let's import this right here. And then we're going to do a class name, not class name, so we're going to do a variant of ghost. And we're going to do a size of icon. There's going to be an icon. And we're going to do class name of margin right 4. Perfect. And then within, we're going to do an arrow left from Lucid React. And then we're going to have this be class name of height 6 and width 6, which will make it the right size. And then we're going to have a text color similar to close to the WhatsApp colors. So I'm just going to add that there and then close that. Perfect. So we have our arrow properly set up, and then we're going to have our H1, and the H1 is just going to say profile, but we're going to add some styling to that. So class name text XL, and then font is going to be normal. Okay, we're going to save that. I want us to run this and take a look. So let me run my Convex server as well. This is, yep, A-OK. So let's go to our local host, and when I hit refresh, okay, so I have my profile page and it's looking good. So let's continue writing out that JSX. So now we're going to do div. We're going to do class name of flex1. We're going to do overflow y auto. All right. And then we're going to do another div. This is going to be class name of padding 4. Flex call, items center. And then we're going to do another div. We're going to do a div that is relative, class name relative, with a margin bottom of 6. And then we're going to show our avatar. So we're going to use avatar from Shatcn. So it's going to be avatar and then avatar image. And this is going to be self-closing, of course. And then we're going to have an avatar fallback, right? And this is not self-closing. And if you want to know more about the avatar UI stuff, again, it's all right here. I'm just copying this code. But to make my life easier, let me copy the imports, paste it here. And then I believe I have not installed these. I have not. So we're going to do npx Shatcn at latest add avatar. I believe it's just avatar that needs to get added, and we should be good. Perfect. Let me run my server back. Hit save. All right, we have our avatar. All right, we're going to pass in our image, and the URL for our image is going to be from user info profile image, and the alt is going to be just the username, user info name, and if it, again that doesn't exist, we'll just make it empty, and this should be good. Add a question mark here. Perfect. And then the avatar fallback is just going to be the name of the user, and this should be good. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add this camera right here. So let me go back to profile, this camera right here. That's what we're going to add. So underneath avatar, we're going to do label, and we're going to do HTML4 profile image. And then we're going to do a class name of absolute, bottom 0, right 0. We're going to do a custom background color and plop that in there. We're going to do rounded full P2, and then we're going to make the cursor a pointer when it's hovered over. Actually, or when it's just right there. Yep, perfect. So that is what we want. And then we're going to add camera from Lucid React. And then the class name is going to be width 6th, height 6th, right? And then we're going to add a custom color for the camera, make it stand out. Perfect. And then we're going to have an input, and this input is going to be self-closing, and we're going to have this have an ID of profile image. We're also going to have a type. It's going to be a file type, right? Because we're going to be uploading an image. It's going to accept any image type right there. So we're going to do that. We're going to have a class name of hidden because we don't want this to be seen. And the on change, in the on change, we're going to add handle image change. And if we go to our local host and we hit refresh, and why is the image not showing? Because I did not add a class name height 40 and width 40 to the avatar. Now we see the image, and we see, if I click on the camera, the ability to upload an image pops up, which is perfect. Let's keep on going. We still have the user information left to show. So we're going to go underneath this div right here, and we're going to write div, class name width full, max width medium, and then we're going to do a space Y4, right? So, okay, that should handle our spacing for us. And then what we're going to do is we're going to write div, and we're going to do class name, background, and then we're going to copy our custom color here. It's going to be nice little dark, and it's going to be P4 rounded large. And then we're going to have another label, and in this label, we're going to have a label here. And this one is also going to be from Nextjs UI. We're just going to import label from components UI label. I did not install that. So what we're going to do is we're going to install label. And then once that's done installing, perfect. We should no longer have any errors. Once I save this file, there you go. And this is going to be HTML for name. We're going to do class name, text, custom color. This is more nice and grayish, I believe. Perfect. And we're going to do text small, and the label is going to be name. So we're going to take our is editing state, and we're going to render something if it's true, and then we're going to render something else if it's false. So yeah, we're just going to render fragments for now, but let's start with this case. I'm just going to remove this here, and we're going to start with a form. We're going to do class name flex, item center, gap 2, and then margin top 1, typed center wrong. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do an on submit. We're going to pass an handle submit, and in handle submit, we're going to pass the on submit, right? So this on submit right here. This looks good, and this is how React Hook form works. Again, if you want to learn more, check out the documentation. You can see that code right here. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do an input, and this input is from Nextjs. I believe we don't have this imported, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do npx Nextjs add input, and that adds it to our components folder. So if I type in input now, I see it right there. That is perfect. This is self-closing. There's a couple things we're going to do here. We're going to register this so that whatever input is passed from here is name, and we're going to make it so that this is required, meaning you cannot submit this form without this element being populated. We're going to have a class name of background transparent. We're going to have no borders. We're going to have a text, custom color, of course, and we're just going to add this right here. And then we're going to focus visible, and then we're going to add a ring as 0. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure this auto focuses. That's a prop that we can pass. And then on blur, what we're going to do is that we are going to handle submit. On submit gets passed here, and this is perfect. So if the user essentially loses focus from the form, it auto submits, right? If there's been an input enter. So this is great for us. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a button, and this is obviously from Nextjs, and the type for this button is going to be submit, meaning when user clicks this button, this form gets submitted. And then the size is going to be small. We want this to be a small button, SM. And then class name, we're going to have to go for that green, for that WhatsApp green. And I'm just going to copy the colors here. you can paste this. You can pause the video and copy and write these out. And then the button's going to be save. And then if I go back to our page and I refresh, so I see I'm getting this error, and looking back at the code, I believe it's because I have this curly bracket right here, and this is supposed to close here. And then if I save this, you will see my name popping up here and my profile starting to look close to what I have here. So let's keep writing this JSX. So now what I'm going to do is, if editing is not true, I'm going to have a div here, closing div, and then what we're going to do here, I'm going to add a class name of flex, justify between, right? I'm going to add item center, and then we're going to have margin top of 1. And underneath this, I'm going to have a span, and this span is going to be class name, and we're going to have a custom color. I'm just going to copy paste this right here, pause the video and write that down, type that down, and then we're going to have user info dot question mark name, right? And this should have the username, perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a button, and this button, this button is going to have an icon, edit to from Lucid React. And we're going to customize this a little bit, class name, height 5, width 5, and we're going to add a custom color, right? And then once this is done, let me paste that there, perfect. And then once this is done, we're going to customize the button further. We're going to add a variant ghost. And what we're going to do, we're going to make the size small. And what we're also going to do is we're going to have an on click. And when this is clicked, set is editing will be true. And then this case will pop up, which is great. And then what we're going to do now is if there is an error that pops up, so we're going to do errors.name, and that type safety is from React Hook Form, which is why, again, I love using React Hook Form for forms. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a span, class name, text red 500, text small, and then we're going to have margin top 1, and then we're going to say name is required, perfect. And now if we go back here, and if I click on this, notice this becomes editable. But if, let's say I leave this empty and I hit save, I'll say name is required, which is exactly what I want. We're making perfect track. And then the last thing that we're going to do is under this div, I'm going to do div, I'm going to do class name, background, custom color. Let me just copy this right here, right? And then we're going to do padding of 4, and we're going to do rounded large, perfect. And then we're going to add a label from Chatcn, and this label is going to have email, and under label we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have user info email. So we're going to render the user email. I spelled email wrong, and there's an extra curly brace, and within the div we're going to do a class name, and we're just going to copy these styles over. It's custom text color and margin top 1, and then the same thing for the label as well. We're just going to copy paste some styles here. This is going to be custom color text small. So if I go back and I hit refresh, this is my profile page, and it's starting to look good. The only issue is this is not functional. If I hit save, nothing happens. If I refresh, it goes back. So our JSX is done, so this is great, but there's some functionality we have to write out, such as on submit and handle image change. So let's start with the on submit. Now the on submit is going to have to be an async operation, and therefore we're going to have a try catch block. And what's cool is with the on submit, we get the data, basically the user submitted data. And one thing that we're going to have to do for type safety sake is we're going to have an interface here called profile form data, and it's just name string, because that's the only thing the user can submit. And I'm just going to pass this type here, and we should have no issues moving forward. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do a simple check. We're going to say if user info has user ID, right? They have to have a user ID. We're going to await update user mutation. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass the user ID, user info.user ID, because the user ID doesn't change. And then we're going to pass in what did change, which is data.name, right? Again, we don't have update user mutation. That's something we're going to work on the API update name, but just going to write this for now. And then once this has happened, what we're going to do is underneath here, we're going to do set as editing is false. And then we're going to do a router refresh. We're going to refresh the page, and that should be it. And then we can have actually a simple else here. And if this doesn't work, we can just console the error, say user ID is undefined. And if this is the case, then we have some problems. And then what we're going to do here is we're just going to console.error the error, and we'll call this a day. So this is our on submit. Perfect. This is going to work fantastic. And now what we're going to do is let's add the update name convex function. So what we're going to do is we're going to go all the way to our convex folder. We're going to go to users, and we're going to work on export const update. It's actually update name, and this is a mutation. And the arguments for this are going to be user ID, which is going to be a value of string, and it's going to be name, which is going to be a value of string. And then we're going to have our trusty handler function, and our handler function, of course, is going to be async, and we're going to have the access to the context and the arguments, which is great. And then we're going to do this. We're going to first get the user document. So we're going to do await context.db.query. We're going to query the users table, and then we're going to filter, right? Basically what we're going to filter by is we're going to see if the user ID we passed is equal to any of the user IDs available, right? So that's what we're doing here, user ID, and then we're going to pass args user ID. Perfect. So we're going to get the matching user information. And then if this user doesn't exist, then we are going to throw an error because there is no user info to update, right? And we need user info to update. How can you update if there's no user info? And then what we're going to do is, if there is, we're just going to const update user equals to await. We're going to do context.db.patch. We're going to do user._ID, and then we're going to pass name, and what we want the name to be from now on is the arguments.name. I'm getting an error here. Oh, that's because I forgot .first, right? I want to get the first instance of this. Perfect. So now my update user function should work. So my name is Michael currently. If I refresh, you'll see. Now if I do Ross Mike and I hit save and I refresh, my username has been updated. If we go to our Convex DB, we see that it has been changed to Ross Mike. So we can update our username. Now we should be able to update our image. And in order to do that, we're going to need to work on our handle image change function. So let's get started. In order to handle image upload, we're going to need the event, and the type is going to be React change event, and then it's going to be HTML input element, and then we're just going to close that. So our types are perfect, and then we're just going to get the file. So we're going to do EE target and then files. And we're just going to get the first one. And then if there is no file, then return because there's nothing to upload. And then we're going to do a try catch because it's an async operation. So we're going to do const reader equals to new file reader. Perfect. And then we're going to do reader dot onloaded onload end. And this is going to be an arrow function. And for now, we're just going to leave this blank. And then we're going to do reader.read as data URL, and we're going to pass in the file. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do const post URL equals to await fetch mutation. And what we're going to do is we're going to get api.chats.generate upload URL. Now we don't have this endpoint yet, but basically what this does is it gives us the upload URL, and we're going to write that function in a second. But for now, let's just assume that it's there. We're going to do const result equals to await fetch. We're going to fetch the post URL, and we're going to do method. Obviously, it's going to be a post request. The headers are going to be a content type, and the type is going to be the file type. Perfect. And then we're going to add the body. In the body, we're going to add a file, which is great. Now, if the result of this is not okay, so I should add the not, we are going to throw an error, throw a new error, and we're basically going to say, hey, upload, we're going to say upload failed. We're going to do upload failed, and then we're going to do result.status text. So we're going to get the reason why the upload failed. And then what we're going to do is we're going to extract, assuming that the upload worked, we're going to extract the storage ID from the result.json, which is great. We're going to have access to the storage ID. And what we're going to do is we're going to do const URL, and we're going to await fetch mutation again. And we're going to go to api.chats.get upload URL, and we're going to pass in the storage ID. And what we're going to do after this is we're going to do if URL and user info.user ID exist. We're going to await one last fetch mutation. And what we're doing is we're going to update, we're going to update the profile image. So we're going to do API users update profile image, and the arguments we're going to pass are user ID to identify the user. So we're going to do user info user ID, and we're going to pass the profile image, which is going to be the URL, right? And in order to know exactly how Convex does a file upload, they have it in their docs. It's pretty well documented, and you can just go through this right here, right? this is the code that I'm writing here. It's all in the docs. So now that we have this, and we're just going to console error the error from the catch. There's a couple of Convex functions we have to write. We have to write api.chats.generate upload URL, api.chats.get upload URL, and then an API users update profile image. So let's get started with those. For Convex, I'm going to go create a new file called chats.ts, and all I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste export const get upload URL mutation. I'm going to import mutation. Async, we just need the context, and we're going to return await context.storage.generate upload URL. So this gets us the upload URL right here, generate upload URL. Let me save this, and this should be good. Perfect. Now what we're going to do is we're going to write the get upload URL, and the get upload URL is a pretty simple one as well. And we're just going to paste this right here. We're going to import value, and what get upload URL is, it's a mutation. Argument is the storage ID, and then it just awaits the storage.get URL, passing the storage ID, and we're going to get the upload URL, which if we save here, that's taken care of. And last but not least, we're going to go to our users.ts API. And what we're going to do is we're going to construct a function similar to update name, but this one is going to be update profile image. This is a mutation as well, right? And what are we going to pass? We're going to pass the arguments. It should be simple now. By now, you should fully understand how to construct these functions in Convex because they're just so simple. I'm passing in the user ID and the profile image. And then I'm going to write out my trusted handler function, which is going to be an async operation. And I have access to the context and the arguments in the handler function. And we're going to get, actually to make even our lives easier, I'm just going to copy this right here. We're going to get the user information. because we're going to need to do that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to write const update user equals to await context db.patch. Again, we're going to get the user ID. And what we're going to do is we're going to update the profile image with the profile image in the arguments. And then what we're going to do is just going to return update user. I'm just going to copy paste this right here. And that's it. And if we go back to profile and we click save, no more errors. Now let's test if this actually works. Going to refresh this. I clicked on this. This is great. I'm going to click on that image and it has changed. And if I refresh this, that is my profile image. If I go back to my DB and I click on profile image, I see a .convex.cloud. And then if I click on it, there it is. So my profile page is complete. It didn't take that much code. Convex makes it super, super easy. So next we're going to be building out our chat section. Let's head over there. All right, let's build our chat page. Now, just to give you some context how this looks, we see we have a sidebar. We have a header right here. We see how we have a header. And then we have this section. Currently says not WhatsApp, where your auntie comes to gossip. That space between the text and the period is killing me. And then there's a button here. If I click this button, this search pops up and then I can search users. Okay, cool. But then what happens if I click the text? Then I see this. So this changes. But the sidebar and the header seem to be not changing. So what I need to do is I need to use a layout. And the reason why I need to use a layout is we're going to go back to the diagram. Think of this as your site, right? Let's remove the background. And we know that this part of the site, I'm just going to draw this right here, and I'm going to draw this right here. And we're going to call this header, and we're going to call this sidebar. And this we're going to call our, let's say, main, like our main app. So we know that the sidebar and the header are not going to change much, right? Stylistically, they're going to be the same. Maybe certain information might change, but generally these don't change. But this changes, right? This changes based on who you're talking to. So for example, I'm talking to message me right now, but let's say I was talking to, I don't know who's available. Let's say I was talking to Michael. Notice how the information changes, right? The stuff here changes based on who I've clicked on the sidebar. So in order for this to happen, we're going to need to have a layout.tsx, and we're going to implement the sidebar and header there, and we're going to wrap the main app with that layout so that this can be consistent and it's this that changes, right? I just wanted to give you a high level overview of this. Let's get to writing some code. So what we're going to do is we're going to, under app, create a new folder called chat, and under chat we're going to create a layout.tsx. Right, this is going to be our layout for chat, and in this layout right here there are a couple things we're going to do. First, let's define this function. This is going to be a server component, sorry. We're going to call this chat layout. Perfect. And we're just going to return a fragment for now. Let's just return a fragment from now. But the chat layout is going to have children, right? And we're going to wrap these children with the sidebar, like I mentioned in the header. And the type children is React Node. All right, perfect. We have our type set up. Now, there's some information that we're going to need when we go to /chat. So when I go to here, when I go to chat, let me just remove this right here. If I go to chat, nice loading animation there, you're going to see that it already has populated my information. And the reason why it's populated my information is because in the layouts, I need to have access to my user ID, and Clerk makes that super simple. And all I have to do is await auth. They have this helper function called auth that I just need to import, and I can get access to user ID. Now, user ID is not enough. I need user information, my user information, and I also need the conversations I've had, right? The chats I've had, right? because the second I'm on this page, you see that I have all this information loaded. Truth be told, you know, when I refresh this loading state I have, I don't even need that loading state because I get all this information server side and pass it to the client. But the reason I have it is just because it looks nice and WhatsApp has that loading animation, right? So one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to take advantage of the layouts, and let's maybe do this in a tree structure. Think of it this way. We have our layout, right? Our application is wrapped by this layout. And in this layout, we're going to have our sidebar. And the sidebar is going to be self-closing, right? We're going to have our sidebar, but then we're going to have our header. And our header is going to wrap the rest of the application, like the specific chats, right? And like the chat form, like where I type the message and hit submit. So the header is going to wrap all of that. The sidebar is going to be next to the header and the chat form. Here's the thing. If the layout.tsx, if I fetch data here, so let me just draw an arrow here. If I fetch data here in the layout, I can 100% pass the data down in this component tree, correct? I can pass data that I fetched in layout all the way to chat form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fetch data in layout and pass it to chat form. The reason why I'm doing that is the moment I get to /chat on my app, I have all the data I need, and I don't even need this loading state. And just to show you, just to prove this to you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run, let me run my application. Let me just close this. I just want to show you that the loading state is for viewing pleasures. I'm going to go to localhost 3000, but this is like the finished application. So let me just refresh this page, right? And then I have this loading state here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out this loading state, and I want you to see that refresh. Notice how everything is loaded in already. And the reason why everything is loaded in is because we fetch the initial data in the server, right? So before the client components have even rendered. And when the data is, once the data is fetched, the data is already available for the client components to render the data. This makes it super, super fast. So even though like you see that flash for the images, like everything else is rendered right off the bat. And I personally like that data fetching pattern, but just to make it look more like WhatsApp, I have a loading state, and that just looks pretty awesome. So we're gonna fetch data on the server, and we're gonna pass it to our client components. So our client components have access to it right away. But I'll explain more of the architecture as we continue to write code. I just wanted to share that with you. So understanding that, let's run our project. Let's make sure that's running, and let's start working on user information. Now, to get the user information, to fetch the user information is pretty simple. But what we want to do is, and I'm probably going to have to draw another diagram, is what we want to do is, let's think of it this way. Let's say this is the server, and let me use a different color, and this is our client, right? We want the initial data to be fetched from the server and then passed to the client. But we also want to make sure that whatever changes the client makes is available for us to see and is instant, right? The reason being is, for example, if we were just fetching data from the server and passing it to the client, and if the client makes changes, technically the server is not going to refetch unless we write some code for it to do that. The way they do it in Convex is pretty simple. So what we're going to do is we're going to call preload query, which is going to be called on the server, and whatever data we get, we're going to pass that to the client, but we're going to pass it to a hook called use preloaded query. So it's use preloaded query. And basically what this does is I have the benefit of fetching data on the server and instantly getting that data when the client, when the component renders, but also whatever client actions I do this will auto update, right? So if let's say if I get a new message and I've already preloaded the messages and passed those preloaded messages to this use preload query, the message will show up instantaneously. And that is what makes a great chat app, right? It has to be real time, it has to be instantaneous. So that's what we're going to do. And in order to do this, we are going to say const preloaded user info. We're going to make this equal to await preloaded query. Remember that function I was telling you about? Of course, I spelled it wrong. I'm going to do preload query, not preloaded. And then here we're going to do API. We're going to import API so we can get that type safety. API.users.readUser. And then we're just going to pass the user ID that we get from Clerk, right? So user ID, exclamation mark. So we have our preloaded user info. And then what we're going to do is we're going to preload conversations in chat here. We haven't written out our chat schema or anything like that, so I'm just going to skip that for now. So we have our preloaded information. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a new component called chat layout wrapper. And this chat layout wrapper is going to wrap the children. And this chat layout wrapper is going to have a prop of preloaded user info. And guess what we're passing? Preloaded user info. We're going to also pass the preloaded conversations, but we have not made that yet. So now let's create this component. So under chat, I'm going to create a folder called components with that right in front of it. And we're going to write chat layout wrapper.tsx. Perfect. And then we're just gonna add export default function chat layout wrapper, and then we're just going to return a fragment. Hit save, and then we're going to import this, and we're going to make preloaded user a prop. And what's cool is there is a type for this, so we can keep our type safety. Let me just check. The type for this is going to be this interface that I paste. I'm just going to remove conversations because we don't have that now. We're going to import preloaded, and then we're going to import API. And this is the type for preloaded user info. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass child layout props. I also need to pass children. And there you have it. We are good. No errors. Now let's work on our chat layout wrapper. So we're going to need our sidebar. We know that. We're going to need our header. We know that, right? And we're going to also have to set up our nice loading state, our nice loading WhatsApp state. Even though we don't need it, we're going to set that up. And yeah, that should be good. So let's start first with getting some information that we're going to need from Clerk. And we're going to use the use auth hook. And what we're going to need is we're going to check if the user has been loaded in, if the user is signed in, and we're going to get the user ID. And this is why I love Clerk. Look how simple that is, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to have a state that's going to be should show loading, set should show loading, and it's going to be use state, right? Perfect. Import that, and this is going to be true. Right, so we're going to have it true. Okay, so we're going to do const user info. We're going to call use preloaded query, and we're going to pass preloaded user info. Perfect. So now we have our user info. And then we're going to have a use effect. Now, again, this use effect is just to show the loading state. And the reason why I have this use effect is because the data fetching is actually like so fast that if it's just based on, like, I've tried to fetch data on the client here, because this is, by the way, supposed to be use client, and it literally takes a few seconds to get the data. So the loading state like flashes. We're going to sort of force delay it just so it looks nice. And the best way to do this is to use a set timeout, called it timer. And then I set should show loading to false, set that to 1000, and that should work. And what we do is once this is complete, you want to clear the timeout. And then the conditional for this to show is going to be const is loading equals to is loaded. And then if user info is undefined, right? if user info is undefined, and if should show loading is true, right? If any of these is true, then the loading state will show. So we're going to do is loading, and then we're going to return loading state, which we are going to create in a few seconds. And a nice little check I have is if not signed in, then return null, because user's supposed to be signed in. And finally, we can write our return here. We're going to do div. We're going to do a div here, and then we're going to have our sidebar. We're going to have our header that's going to wrap the children, right? So this is what we have so far. A couple components that we're going to have to create. But before we do, let's add class name to the div. This is going to be flex, height of screen, background. We're going to do a dark background of, again, sorry for the custom color. You're just going to have to pause this and write this out. I'm pasting it here. And then we're going to do overflow hidden, right? This is great, but we have 3 components that we're going to have to write. Let's do loading state first. So I'm going to do loading state in components here because this is going to be used throughout the app. So I'm going to do loading .tsx, right? Let's do loading.tsx. This is going to be a client component, and we're going to export default function loading state, and then we're going to return a fragment. Now, if you notice in our application, when we refresh, there's that little progress bar. So we're going to have a state to track that. So we're going to do progress, set progress equals to use state, right? Perfect. And let me make sure this is imported. We have use state imported, and it's going to obviously start at 0. Now for the progress, we're going to use an use effect with a set interval. I would pause this right now and write this down. This is basically going to handle our progress bar. Now, once that's done, we're going to start writing our return, our JSX. And here we're going to write div. And in this div, we're going to do class name, flex, height screen, background color. You know, we have to do that custom. And we are going to copy that, paste that there. And what we're going to do here, we're going to have another div. And in this div, we're going to do class name, flex1, flex call, perfect. And then we're going to have another div. You get a div, everyone gets a div. We're going to do another div, class name, flex1, flex call, items, center, justify, center, gap 3. And this is supposed to be center right here. And then I'm going to copy paste this SVG. This is basically the WhatsApp logo SVG. Just copy pasted that there. You can find that. I believe there is a tool called SVG. Yeah, svgl.app. WhatsApp. You can get it there. But I'm pretty sure I'm using a different one. But you can get the same one from here, a different one from here. And then under the SVG, we're going to have a div. And in this div, we're going to do class name, text, center. We're going to do margin bottom of 8. And under this one, we're going to have our H1. And our H1 is going to include this text that says what's app, right? And then we're going to do class name, text. We're going to do this custom color here. All right, and then we're going to do text XL, font light, and margin bottom 1. Perfect. And then we're going to have our final div, one of our final divs, class name flex, item center. Why do I keep spelling center wrong? Item center, justify center, gap 2, text, and then we're going to do a more grayish text right here. 6A0, perfect. And then we're going to do a lock icon, and this is going to be from Lucid React. We're going to do class name, and we're going to do width 3, height 3. This is self-closing, and then we're going to do a span, and this span is going to be class name, text small, and we're going to say end to end encrypted. Not really, because it's not really encrypted at all. And then we're going to add our progress, and our progress is going to be under this div right here. We're going to do div class name width 64. And once we do that, we're going to do progress value progress, which is our state variable. And then this is class name h1 background. We got a custom color. Class name. We're going to do h-1 background. It's going to be custom color 202C33. And then this is self-closing. Now I'm getting this error because I have not installed this component from ShadCN. So we're going to add progress, npx ShadCN add latest add progress, hit enter. So that should be good. And then all I have to do is import this from UI, clear that and run bun run dev. And if I hit save, that is good. I have my loading state taken care of. So if I go here and I hover on loading state and I add import, there you have it. Our loading state is good. Now we have to work on our sidebar. So what we're going to do is underneath the components folder here, we're going to create another component called sidebar.tx. All right, let's get started with the sidebar component. So what we're going to do is we're going to do export default function sidebar. For now, we're just going to have no props, and then we're just going to return a simple fragment. All right, so we have that. Perfect. Now what we're going to do is there's some stuff that we're going to need. First, we're going to need the path name. So I'm going to use path name, which is a hook provided by Next Navigation, which is perfect. And then we're going to have some state called search query. And then we're going to call this set search query. And this is going to be use state. And the empty state is just going to be nothing. And then we're going to import use state. Perfect. Then we're going to get sign out from our trusted friends at Clerk. We're going to use auth. Use auth hook gives us the sign out function. And then wherever we call that in an on click, it will sign the user out. And then last but not least, we're going to use router from use router. But remember, we're going to import from Next Navigation, which is perfect. Okay, now that we have this, let's jump straight into our JSX. So we're going to start with the trusted div. We're going to do a class name. We're going to do a fixed width of 70 pixels, right? This is our sidebar. And then when it's medium sized screen, we're going to do fixed width of 380 pixels. And then at large, we're going to do 1/4. And then we're going to make sure the height at all screen sizes is going to be height of screen, flex column, background. Let me close this side so you guys can see perfectly. And we're going to do when it's dark, we're going to have a custom color. It's going to be 111 B21. Perfect. We're going to have a border at the right, and then we're going to do border. And then at dark, when it's dark mode, the color is going to be hashtag 313D45. We're going to close that, and that is perfect. All right, so we have the parent div on lock, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do the header. So let me just have that comment there, and then we're going to do div class name. We're going to do shrink 0. We're going to do padding x3, padding y. We're going to make it a custom number, 18 pixels. And for medium size, we're going to do padding 14 pixels. Right, and then we're going to do background muted. For dark, we're going to have a background. Again, it's going to be custom 202C33. It's going to be flex, justify center. And for mid-size, it's going to be justify between. And then we're going to have item center as always. Perfect. And then we're going to have a link. And this link is going to, when someone clicks on it, it's going to take them to the profile page. Make sure that we import this again from next link, not Lucid. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the avatar. We're going to get the avatar. And then we're also going to get the avatar image, right? Perfect. And the avatar is going to have a class name of width 8, height 8. It's going to have a medium width 9 and medium height 9. So that's perfect. Sizes accordingly. And then we're going to make this the user info dot profile image. Now we are going to get some props in a bit, but for now I'll just comment this out. And yeah, okay, so we have our link, perfect. And then under our link, we're going to have a div, and this is where we're going to do class hidden, but this will show on mid-size screen, justify center, item center, and we're going to have a gap of 2, and we're going to have a component here called search component, but we have not made this yet, so we're just going to comment this out. And then we're going to have drop down. Now we're going to use drop down from ShadCN. And if I just go to drop down menu, I'm just going to copy these imports right here, make my life easy. And then I'm going to copy this example drop down right here and paste it right here. And what I'm going to do is I need to add drop down menu. So I'm going to do drop down dash menu, and that should add it to the component/UI. We're going to do a couple things. So as trigger, I'm going to add as child. And the reason I'm going to add as child is because I will get a hydration error when I add a button underneath the drop down menu trigger. So adding a button, this is from ShadCN. Import that, and then we're going to do class name height 10, width 10. And this is going to be a variant ghost. And this is going to be size icon, right? And then the icon here is going to be more vertical from Lucid React. And for styles, we're going to have a height of 5 and a width of 5. All right, we're going to save that. And then we're just going to remove the label and the separator. We're just going to need one drop-down menu item. So we're going to delete all this. And the one item we're going to need is a log out button, which is perfect. And then we're going to add an on click to the item. And remember the sign out that I imported from use auth. That's what we're going to call here. So we're going to call sign out. That's going to sign us out. And then what we're going to do is we're going to router.push back to the home page because the user is getting signed out. Okay, so we have our header done. Now we're going to work, and if we go back to our application, go to chat, we're going to work. So we just did our header, right? This is what we did right here. This is going to be the search component, right? This is the more vertical with the logo. This is our profile. Now we're going to work on the search input on our conversations list. So let me just copy here and then say search input. And let's write the JSX for that here. So we're going to do a div, class name hidden, medium block, so only shows for the bigger screen sizes. And then we're going to add padding 2 with a custom color, background color of 111 B21. Perfect. And what we're going to do here is we're going to add another div, and this is going to be class name relative, background color again custom. It's going to be 202C33. We're going to have rounded, that's large. We're going to flex this and item center this. Perfect. And now we're going to add one more div, and this div is going to have padding left of 4, padding right of 2, and padding y-axis of 2 as well. And in this div is where we're going to have search from Lucid React, and it's going to be class name. We're going to have a height 5, width 5, with a text custom color. It's going to be 869680, right? And we're going to save that. We're going to close this search from Lucid React. And underneath this div right here, we're going to have input. And this is going to be self-closing. And in input, we're going to have placeholder search, right? And then we're going to have value be search query. Remember the state that we had defined here. And on change, what we're going to do is we're going to get the event, and we're going to pass that event to set search query, and it's going to be e.target.value, right? So whatever has been typed here is going to be set as the search query. And then we're going to have a class name of width full, background transparent, border none, text is going to be a custom color. That custom color is going to be E9 EDEF. We're going to save that, perfect. And then we're going to have a placeholder, and the placeholder text color is going to be 8696A0. We're going to close that, perfect. And our focus is going to be outline none on focus, and then y-axis 2 text dash base, and we are good. Okay, so our search input is good. Now we're going to work on our conversation list, right? So this part right here. So for our conversation list, what we're going to do is we're going to start with a div. We're going to do class name flex1 overflow, and we're going to do overflow y auto. Perfect, save that. And then we're going to go through filtered conversations. I'm just going to paste this here, but we haven't specified filtered conversations yet, so I'm just going to make filtered conversations an empty array, right? And I'll just make this like an any type right now. We'll just do filtered array, and what we're going to do is we're going to map over filtered conversation, sorry. We're going to pull out each chat, and this is what we're going to return. Make sure it's the smooth brackets, not the curly brackets. It's going to be link, right? And link, again, we get to pass an href, and this href will take the user to chat/chat ID. And basically what this is doing is when I click on this chat, notice the URL change right there. When I click on this chat, notice the URL change. That is what's happening here, and this is what we want to see. Perfect. And then we also want to pass a key because this is mapping over. So we're going to do chat ID, right? We're going to do chat ID. That should be perfect. And for now, I'm just going to set this to any. We're going to do a div. And in this div, we're going to have a class name of flex item center. We're going to do px2, py2, medium px3, medium py3. And we're going to have a hover background, going to be custom. It's going to be 202C33, and we're going to have a cursor pointer. So when we're on it, the cursor will be pointing. And then what we're going to do here is we're also going to wrap this in the curly braces, and we're going to have some conditional styling. So I'm going to change the quotation marks. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a new line here. I'm going to do $ curly braces, and I'm going to say path name dot split, and we're going to split by the slash, and we're going to check the third element, the second index, and we're going to check if this equals to chat ID. If this does, we're going to add this background color to, it's going to be 202C33. And if it doesn't, we're adding nothing. And basically what we're doing is when I've clicked on this right here, notice the background color is different. It's checking that this path name matches the chat ID, right? And this is essentially the chat ID. So it's checking if the path name matches the chat ID. When it does, it applies this background, which it is doing in the example right here, in the deployed project right here. So that's what we want. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add another div. We're going to do class name relative. And then we're going to have an avatar again here. And the avatar is going to be of class name width 12 and height 12. Close the avatar. And then we're going to do an avatar image. And the source of this image is going to be chat image. And this is self-closing, right? Perfect. And then we're going to have an avatar fallback. I'm just going to paste this here. And the avatar fallback, let me import these we're going to import from Chatcien, and then we're going to import an icon users too. And if there is no image, this is what the fallback is going to be. It's going to have that custom color, and it's going to use this icon from Lucid React. And that is good. All right, so we're going to keep on going. Now we're going to work on our conversation details. And this is essentially only going to be visible when it's on a medium or larger screen size. And basically that's this right here. So if I send GG, you see like the last message that's either sent by me or received. That's the conversation details we're going to render. And this is going to be pretty simple. We're going to do div, class name, hidden, medium block. And we're going to do flex-1, medium width 0, min width 0, and ML3. All right, we're going to save this, good. And then we're going to have another div. It's going to be class name, flex, justify, between items, baseline. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have an H2. This H2 is going to be a class name of text. We're going to have a custom color. It's going to be E9EDEF. All right, text base, font normal, and we're truncating it. So, all right, perfect. And this now is going to be highlight text equals chat.name. And the search query is going to be search query. Now, this component, we obviously have not made this yet, but basically what the highlight text component is going to do is when I search, let's say I search GG, notice how it searched the recent text and it brought that result up to front. That's what we want to do. And if I search name, that's what it does, and that's what we want it to do. That's what highlight text is going to do. We'll write that code out in a second. Now let's continue on. Under the H2, we're going to write span, and this is going to be class name text dash, we're going to do custom color 869 6A0, right? And we're going to close that. That's great. And we're going to do text XS ML-2, right? And we're going to do margin left 2, and then we're going to do shrink 0. And here we're just going to have yesterday for now, but it's going to be how, like, from the time the person messaged you. So if they messaged you yesterday, show yesterday. But if they message you today in recent time, we'll just show you the time here, and we'll write that code out in a second. So under this div right here, we're going to write another div, and we're going to do class name flex, item center. We're going to do justify between, right? And then we're going to do a p tag, and in this p tag, we're going to have, let's do it in the tag, class name text, custom color. We're going to do 869 6A0, and we close that. That's perfect. And then we're going to do text small, truncate, and then padding right 2. Perfect. And we're going to have a conditional here. If chat type is image, we're going to do image here. What we're going to render is as follows. And then if it's something else, we're going to render something else. Let's start with the first part. We're going to do span. And in here, we're going to do class name. Oops. We're going to do class name, flex, item center. We're going to do a gap of 1. Perfect. And then within the span, we're going to have another span, and it's going to be class name. And we're going to have text, custom color here. It's going to be 869 6A0. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy the camera emoji and paste it here. And it's going to say photo. And then if the type is not image, we're just going to return highlight text, but highlight text doesn't exist. So I'm just going to comment that out for now. So the reason I'm getting this red is because I just realized I wrote this code outside the proper place. So under this div right here above the link, I paste this here, and then I can just add a fragment here, and we are good to go. So our JSX is essentially done. Now what we have to do is we have to write out our filtered conversations, And we also have to write out our highlight text component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write highlight text right under here. So we're going to do const highlight text, right? We're going to make this an arrow function. We're going to take text and search query, right? Text and search query. And we know that both text is going to be a string and search query is going to be a string as well, right? And then we're just going to have that there. Perfect. So first things first, if we have no search query, essentially there is nothing for us to highlight. So we're just going to return the text, right? Because there's nothing for us to highlight here. We're just going to return the text. But what we're going to do is we're going to do const parts text.split, and we're going to do new regular expression, and we're going to pass the search query, right? So we're going to pass the search query. We're going to pass the search query, and then we're going to do comma GI. Now this part, I'm not going to lie to you, I used AI to do this part, and this is where we live in a great time because research like this just takes a few seconds. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to return the highlighted parts, and to do that, I'm going to map over parts, and then we're going to get part, and we're going to get index, right? I'll just make it I for simplicity's sake. And then we're going to return part dot to lowercase, and we're going to check if this is equal to the search query dot to lowercase. And if this is the case, I need to add brackets both here. If this is the case, then what we're going to do is we're going to have a span with the key being the index, right? So we're just going to have I, nice and simple. And we're going to have a class name of background. We're going to have some custom color, 00A884, and then text is going to be 111B21. Close that. And then we're going to have padding x-axis 0.5, and then it's going to be rounded. And what we're going to return here is part. But if this is not the case, what we're going to do is we're going to span key, right? Key is going to be the index, and we're just going to return part. Now that we have our highlight text, if we go back to where we commented on highlight text, we should be able, let me just search highlight text where we've used it and highlight it here. Perfect. And we're just going to remove the fragment here. All right, perfect. No errors here. And then, but what we need to do is we need to work on our search, our filtered conversations, right? So in order for filtered conversations to work, I need first and foremost user info. And I also need the conversations, right? I need the conversations, my goodness, my spelling, conversation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to where sidebar is being called. So we're going to go to layout, chat layout wrapper. And then here's where we call sidebar. And I know for sidebar, we have the user info. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the user info here directly. So let's just comment out header, because I don't think I've worked on that yet. No, I haven't. And then for sidebar, we're just going to import, nope, not from Lucid React. Be careful. We're going to do it from sidebar, and I'm going to pass the user info, and then we're just going to pull the user info here. Now it's going to ask me for a type. So for type safety sake, I'm just going to pass preloaded user info, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the type here. Just going to copy this interface, call it sidebar props, and we're just going to pass that there. We're just going to import this, right? Make it easy on ourselves. We don't need no children, and it's going to be preloaded user info. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do const user info equals use preloaded query, and I'm just going to pass the preloaded user info. And now we have access to user info, and there's a couple places I commented it out. Let's see right here, we can have that. And then let's see if there's anywhere else. Nope, I think it's that image right there. And then if we go back to layout, chat layout wrapper, and we hit save, Now what I want us to do is I want us to comment out header, but have children show. Oops, having a little issue here. Comment that out. And then I'm just going to create a page.tsx, and we're just going to have export default function chat, and then we're just going to return page. All right, so let's check out our page, and okay, this is not looking right. And I think if we move this class name from avatar to avatar image, and then we do a rounded full, if we hit save, there you go. Okay, so now our sidebar has come to life. We have our logout. This takes us to profile. All right, and we have our loading state. That's perfect. We have our search. It doesn't work, and we have, so we have, and our page is being rendered. We see page right here. So far, so good. So even though our sidebar is coming together, the one big thing that we're missing is conversations, chats, messages, whatever you want to call it. And that's what we're going to work on now. And before we start writing this code out, we're going to go to our Convex folder, and we actually created this file before. It's chats.ts. In chats.ts, there's a couple functions that we're going to create. First, we're going to create a create or get conversations, create or get conversations function, and then we're going to create a send message function, and then we're going to create a get conversation function, and then we're going to create a get messages function, and then we're going to create a delete conversation function, and generate upload URL and generate upload get upload URL will be as is. So this is going to get create or get conversations, and I'm going to show you that functionality in a second. This is going to send messages. This is going to get a conversation. This is going to get messages, and this is going to delete conversations, right? So delete, a great example of delete is just me going here, clicking on that, delete chat, yes, and then it's gone, right? So we're gonna build all this functionality out. It's gonna be fun. Let's get started with create or get conversation. So we're going to do export const create or get conversation equal, we're gonna do conversation, not conversations. We're going to do a mutation, right? This is going to be a mutation, and the mutation is going to have arguments. These arguments are going to be participant user ID, and the value is going to be string, and it's going to be current user ID, right? So a conversation is going to be happening between two users, and each user is going to have a user ID. So that's where we're going to pass the two arguments, right? Perfect. And then we're going to have our handler function. Our handler function's async, an async operation, and we're going to get the context and the arguments, which is what we need. So first things first, what we're going to do, and I'm just going to copy this code because we've written this code before, is we're going to get both users' Convex IDs from their clerk IDs, right? So from the participant user ID and from the current user ID, we're going to get the user's information. So, right, we're going to await context.db query, filter the matching user ID, same thing here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a conditional. If current user or other user does not exist, then simply what we're going to do is we're going to throw new error, and our error message is going to be user not found, right? Because we need both user information. The users must be found. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to check if this conversation already exists, because we don't want to create multiple conversations with the same person, right? It's like if you have like a message chat with someone on your iMessage or your WhatsApp and you search their name again, it's not going to create a separate chat. It's going to continue from the existing chat. So we're going to get the check for the existing conversation first, right? So we're going to await context DB. We're going to query our conversations table. And this is a table we have not made yet. And I will drop the schema in a second. Let me just do this in a new line. We're going to filter, and we're going to take the value. And basically we're going to do a quite nice operation here. We're going to do q.or, and then we're going to check. If you've taken computer science, you know this is all discrete math right here. And let me write this out and I'll explain exactly what it does. So we're going to do q.equal q.field, and we're going to do participant 1, and then we're going to do current user dot underscore ID, and we're just going to copy this and then add a comma here, and then we're going to do participant 2, right? Same thing, and then we're just going to copy from this end right here, right? And then we're just going to comment this out, paste this here, and this is going to be other user, and this is going to be current user, and this is supposed to be other user. All right, so this is going to give us an error until we create the conversations table. And last but not least, we have to make sure we get the first one. So why don't we create the conversations table schema? So we're going to go over to schema. I'm going to drop the conversations table schema, and we're just going to hit save here. Let that load. Perfect. So we're going to have in our conversations table, we're going to have participant 1, 2, created at, updated at, last message ID. But how can we have last message ID if we don't have our messages table? So we are also going to define our messages table schema. Again, you can paste this part. You can pause the video right here and write this out. And I'm just going to simply explain, this is a conversation ID mapping to a specific conversation. This is the sender ID, which is basically specifying who sent the specific message. And then the actual message, right? And then we have different types of message. We're going to be focused on image and text. We're not going to do video, audio, and file, but I just have this here if you want to continue to build off this project. The media URL, reply to, created at, update at, is edited. Again, this is if you want to add editing messages functionality that we will not be adding in this video. And then deleted for if you want to do soft deletes. We're doing hard deletes, so I'm just going to remove this here and remove that, and then we're going to hit save, and our schema should have worked. If we go back to our convex table, we're going to see yes, our messages and our conversations table. And one more schema we're going to add our media schema. And this is basically for images right now. Again, I've added video, audio, and file if you want to continue to build off, but we're going to mainly focus on images. Now, in terms of schema, this is the last time we'll be messing with this file. So we're good to go, and we're ready to build off and finish off our get conversations, create or get conversations function. So let's continue. So under here, we're going to do an if conditional. If existing conversations actually, if there is a conversation that actually exists, we're just going to return the existing conversation ID, right? We're just going to return that conversation ID. But if that is not the case, what we're going to do is we're going to do const conversation ID await context DB, and we're going to insert a new conversation. So we're going to do conversations, and the data we're passing is going to be as follows. We're going to pass participant 1, which is going to be the current user ID, i.e. me. And then we're going to do participant 2, which is going to be the other user ID, right? There you have it. And then we're going to add created at, which is basically going to be date.now. And then we're going to do updated at, which again, we're going to do date.now. And then that is our conversation ID. And then we're just going to return conversation ID. And we're going to save this here. So this either creates or gets a conversation. Perfect. Now what we want to do is we want to create our sending message function. So let's start off with export const send message. And this is going to be a mutation, right? And we know our arguments by now. We're going to have arguments. And for arguments, we're going to do conversation ID, value ID, and this is going to be from the table conversations. So we're going to get the ID from conversations table. And then we're going to get content, which is going to be a value of string. And then we're going to get the sender ID, which again is a value of string. And then we're going to get type, which is going to be optional, right? And this is for if media is being sent. And this is going to be a union. And we're going to check literal text, and we're going to check for text or image, right? And this is going to help us identify what type of message is being sent. And if I am not mistaken, am I missing a bracket here? What am I missing? Oh, and yeah, that should be it. And then what I'm going to do is right under here, I'm going to have media URL, and this is going to be a value of an optional value, sorry, of string. All right, good to go. And then we're going to add our handler, and our handler is going to be an async function. We're going to get the arguments. We're going to make this an arrow function, and this is perfect. So now what we're going to do const sender equals to await. We're going to get the context, and then we're going to query the user's info. I'm just going to copy this line of code right here just so it makes our life easier, and you've already written this out. So we're going to call this sender, and we're going to check user args.sender ID. The user ID is going to be sender ID, and we're going to get the sender information. As always, if the sender doesn't exist, then we should throw a new error, and this error should say sender not found. Perfect. And now let's create the message. So we're going to do const message ID equals await. We're going to get the context .db.insert. We're going to insert in the messages table. Perfect. And then we're going to pass some information. We're going to pass conversation ID, which is from args, arguments. And we're also going to pass the sender ID, which again is from arguments. Look at that type safety. I love it here. And then we're going to pass the content. And where are we getting content from? And why is sender ID not working? Okay. Oh, it's not args.send ID. This is supposed to be sender dot underscore ID. Again, type safety never failed me. Let's continue on. We're going to do type. It's going to be args type. But if I don't get anything, we're just going to default it to text, which is what we want to do. And then media URL is going to be args media URL. And then what we're going to do is created at is going to be new, actually sorry, date.now, and then updated at is going to be date.now, and then is edited. We're just going to have this as false. Again, I left that there for you if you want to continue to build off further functionality. And then what we're going to do is we are going to await context db patch. And what we're going to do is we're going to insert or update the last message ID and update the updated at as well. So when a new message is sent, we're going to update the last message ID, which if you remember, let me search last message ID. Actually, no, not here. In the schema, it's a part of our conversations table. And the reason why we have it this way is because it's the very last message that shows here. So this is very important for us to track. So let's continue writing our code. Await context.db.patch, and we're going to do args conversation ID, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to get the last message ID and update it with message ID, and we're going to update at with date.now. And this is perfect, right? And what we're going to do finally is we're going to return message ID, and this is perfect. So we have our send message now. Now what we're going to do is we're going to write our get conversations, right? And this is going to be a query function. So we're going to do export const get conversations. This is going to be a query. We're going to need our arguments, of course, and our argument this time is just going to be our user ID, value of string, and we're going to have a handler function, which is async, and in the parameters we have access to are going to be context and the arguments passed. So this is perfect. Why am I getting an error here? Oh, I need to import query, and there you have it. So we're going to start off with the same block of code right here. We're going to get the current user. If the user doesn't exist, we're going to return an empty array, meaning something's wrong here, right? The user is supposed to exist. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to copy this code right here. We're going to get all the conversations pertaining to this user, right? And this is why Convex just makes it so easy. So we're going to query through the conversations table, and we're going to filter by participant 1 and participant 2, the user IDs. We're going to filter with the current user information. So either the person initiated a message or received a message. Those are conversations, and those need to be stored, right? So this is why we're fetching, or we're querying this data like this. Now, next, what we're going to do is we're going to get conversations with details. So we're not just going to get the conversation information. What this function is doing is actually pretty simple. First and foremost, we're going to determine the ID of the other participant in the conversation, right? And this is where we're doing it here, right? We're getting the other participant ID. And then what we're going to do is we're going to fetch that other user's information, right? And this is where this is why it's defined as other user. And then last but not least, what we're doing is we're fetching the last message that was sent within the conversation, and we're constructing an object that's going to allow us to build out our conversations on our site. For example, if I go back to our page, you see I have the user's profile image, I have the user's name, I have the user's last message, and this is what I am constructing here. And then last but not least, I'm going to return conversations with details sorted by time, meaning the latest message, the earliest message is going to be up top. And that's how every messaging app is and should be. So we have our get conversations done. We're going to do get messages now. So this is going to be pretty similar as well. This is going to be a query. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy paste this function because I want to make this tutorial as short as possible for you guys, but at the same time learn. So get messages is pretty simple. We're going to have arguments of conversation ID and a limit. Basically, we want to be able to limit how many messages we get, and the default is 50. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to query the messages table, filter by conversation ID, right? And then this is going to return to us all the messages in that conversation, right? And the best way to understand this is you can think of, let me draw it out here. If a conversation is between me and you, and this is defined as a conversation, and each conversation is going to have its respective ID. So conversation ID is going to be like, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Each conversation is going to have two users, right? Participant 1, participant 2, but it's also going to have a list. It's going to have messages, right? And basically what we're trying to do with this function is we're trying to get all the messages for that specific conversation ID. So that's what get messages does. And last but not least, and this is probably one of the simplest ones, and last but not least, this is one of the simple ones to understand by name, but the functionality is pretty interesting. It's delete conversations. And basically the way delete conversations work is we pass the user ID, right? And the conversation ID. So we need to make sure that the person deleting the conversation is a part of that conversation, right? We get the user information, check if they don't exist, and we throw an error. And then we get the conversation to verify ownership, right? Because if you're not part of this conversation, you should not be able to delete it, right? And then again, we verify that this person is a part of the conversation. This is what we're doing here. We get all the messages in the conversation. We query the messages table, and then we delete all the messages, and then we delete the conversation, and you get return success true and deleted messages and message length. So let me make it so that you can pause the video here and write this function out. But it's a pretty simple function. I just want to make sure that this tutorial isn't too long so we can get to building and you can finish this tutorial. But we basically have our conversations, our chat API completely done. We have all our functions done. Now what we're going to do is we're going to enrich our sidebar with conversations, and we're going to make that work. And without wasting any time, let's get started there. All right, so to set up our conversations, we're going to continue back at layout.tsx under the chat folder, under the chat route, and we're going to preload, we're going to use preload query to get the conversations ahead of time. So what we're going to do is we're going to do const preloaded conversations. We're going to await preload query, right? And then we're going to do api.chats.get conversations. Perfect. And then we're just going to pass in our user ID because that is needed. Perfect. And then we're going to pass preloaded conversations into chat layout wrapper. Then we're going to go into chat layout wrapper, and then we're going to add the type here, preloaded type of, and then it's going to be API chats.get conversation. I believe that is it right there. Get conversation. Perfect. We have that type, and then we're going to add preload conversation here. So far, so good. And then within chat layout wrapper, we are going to use this use preload query, and I'm just going to paste it here. And we're going to name this conversations, and we're going to pass preloaded conversations. So now we have our conversations. This is excellent. And what we're also going to do is we're going to pass in preloaded conversations here within the sidebar. Let's do that. And what we're going to do is we're going to add another check here that if conversations is undefined, then this loading state should fire. Perfect. And now let's enter sidebar, and we're going to do the same thing here again. I'm just going to copy this type, paste it here, and then I'm just going to copy preload conversations, paste it here, and then we're going to do the same thing. I'm just going to copy this code right here and paste it here. So now we have our conversations. Let me save my layout.tsx. We have our conversations within the sidebar. Now we can actually render out our conversations. So we're going to work on filtered conversations. I'm going to change this to const. I'm going to remove the type, the any type. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use memo. We're going to memoize this, and we are going to write our function out. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say if search query is empty, if no search query exists, then we're going to do just return conversations. Let me make sure use memo is properly imported, and let me save this. Yeah, so if we have no search query, we're just going to return the list of conversations, meaning if I go back, if I go back here, there is no search query, so it's just listing out the conversations. But the moment I type something, there is now a search query, and it's only going to return the conversations that match this search query, which is what we want. So that takes care of that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to return conversations, and then we're going to do a simple filter. Let me clean that up right there. We're going to do a filter. We're going to filter each chat, and we're going to check a couple things, right? We're going to check first if the names match. So we're going to say const matches name equals to chat dot name dot to lowercase. We just want to make sure everything is lowercase. And then we're going to do dot includes, and we're going to check the search query, and we're going to lowercase that as well. So we're going to check if there's any name that matches the search query. And then we're going to check if it matches the message, right? So we're going to do chat, last message, to lowercase again, and we're going to check if this matches the search query, and we're going to lowercase this as well. And then what we're going to do is we're going to return either results, matches name, or matches messages. Perfect. But what we want to do is we want to sort this return, right? And we're just going to do AB, and what we want to sort by is we're going to do const a name match equals a dot name dot to lowercase, and we're going to check if, again, same thing, includes search query dot to lowercase, and I'm just going to copy this and paste this again, and I'm just going to say b name match, and we're going to do b dot name. Okay, perfect there. And here's our conditional. If a name match and not b name match, we're going to return -1. And then we're going to do something similar here. If not a name match and B name match, we're going to return 1. And if neither of these cases are met, we're going to return 0. And essentially what this is doing is this line is checking if only A's name matches, move it to the top. If only B's name match, move that to the top. And then if none of them match, if both of them are not matching or both are matching, maintain the original order. And this, ladies and gents, is our filtered conversations. And we're going to add dependencies. We're going to add search query here and conversations, right? And the reason why we added search query and conversations as dependencies here, basically what this dependencies array tells React is to recompute the memoized value. So whatever memoized value is here, if search query or conversations changes, it has to recompute, it has to recalculate. And that's what the dependencies array does. Now there's one last thing left for our sidebar to be complete, and that is this search component here. You can see it here, or when I click on the sidebar here, and this basically allows me to search users that have registered on the platform. I can click and then I can send them a message, right? So this is the one missing component for our sidebar, and that's what we're going to work on. So we're going to start off in the components folder right here, and we're going to create search.tsx, right? That's what we're going to create. And then we're going to do a client component. So we're going to add a use client directive up top. And then we're going to do export default function. We're going to call this search component. And the only props that we're going to pass is on sidebar. And on sidebar, let me write this properly. On sidebar is going to be a Boolean. And the reason why we're going to pass this prop, I'm going to show you in a second why this prop is necessary. And I did not spell on sidebar properly here. Perfect. So notice how, let me go back to just chat. Notice how when I haven't selected a specific conversation, I see this page and I see this component and it's a button. This button component pops up this modal. But then when I click on chat, it pops up this modal. And what the on sidebar Boolean is going to do is if I'm on the sidebar, it's going to render this icon. But if I'm on the page, it's going to render this button. That's essentially what this component is going to do. Now there's a couple things we're going to need. We're going to need our user ID, and we're going to use our trusted clerk hook called useAuth. That's going to give us access to that user ID. We're going to need some state for the search term. We need to track the search term, right? The term that's been searched. And we're going to do use state, type's going to be string, and the default type is going to be an empty string. And we're also going to do the same thing here. We're going to do debounced term, and I'll explain to you what debouncing is in a second. Debounced term, right? Perfect. And we're going to do is open. We're going to track is open, and this is for the dialog or the modal, whatever you want to call it. Set is open, and this is going to be Boolean. So we're just going to set this to false. Perfect. And we're going to use transition, and with that we're going to get is pending, and we're going to get start transition, and this is going to be equal to use transition. And this is from React. Make sure that's imported. Perfect. And then last but not least, we're going to do our const router, use router, and as always, make sure you get this from navigation. So we have all the React Next.js Clerk stuff that we need. First things first, we're going to realize that it's important to realize that when I click this and I search someone and I click on their name, I just created a conversation. So this is where we're going to have a mutation called create conversation, and we're going to use the use mutation hook, and we're going to do api.chats. I wonder what's going to help me create a conversation. Let's see after importing API what functions I have available. If I click on dot, I'm going to be using create or get conversations, right? Perfect. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do const debounced search equals to use callback. Okay, I'm just going to use that template right there, clear this out. Use callback, and what we're going to do is we're going to do debounce, and we're going to do term, type is string, and there's a function here. We're going to use start transition, and within start transition, we're going to have another function, and we're going to set debounce term to the term, and then we're going to add 300 here. Now, I'm going to have to import use callback, which is from React, and then debounce is actually an external function that I have to install and import. In order for me to use debounce, I need to install Lodash. So I'm just going to copy this right here. But wait a minute, I'm using bun. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do bun install Lodash. And if I hit save and I want to import, I still don't see it. I'm just going to manually import this here. You're going to do import debounce from Lodash/debounce, and basically it just needs me to install the types. So I'm going to do bun install, paste that. Types should be installed. And then if I hit save, then this should be working. Let's see why this isn't working. Oh, the 300 is not supposed to be here. So let me close that. And then right under the purple curly brace, I'm going to add 300, and then we're going to comma, and then this should be there. Now, what this function does is pretty simple. Debounce basically delays executing the search. Start transition allows React to prioritize any updates, and then this updates the search term after the delay, which is 300 milliseconds. And the reason why we do this is when we are searching for someone, we don't want it to flash like sporadically, right? Like we want it to take its time a little bit. It looks much cleaner and smoother that way. And that's what this debounce search function does. So let's continue. Now, next, what we're going to do is we're going to do const search result equals to use query. And we're going to pass in API.users.search users. And we're going to pass the search term, right? And where we get the search term from, we get it from debounce search function, which has this state, and this state is debounce term. Perfect. And then we're going to get the user ID, which is going to be current user ID, and that's going to be the user ID. And if there's none, we're just going to pass an empty string. Now, if you notice, we're getting an error here because we never created the search user function within our users file. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to Convex, users, and we're going to create our search function here. Our search function is going to be pretty simple. We're going to do export const search users equals to query. And obviously we know how Convex functions work now. We're going to have arguments, and that's going to be search term, which is going to be a value of string. And then we're going to have the current user ID, and this is going to be a value of string as well. And we're also going to have a handler function that's going to get context and arguments, but we're going to make this async, and we're going to make it an arrow function. Perfect. This works great. And what we're going to do is we're going to start with a simple if statement. If the arguments.search term doesn't exist, return an empty array, meaning there is no search result. And then what we're going to do is we're going to lowercase the search term, right? We're going to lowercase the search term so we can make sure everything is accounted for and we don't have to deal with upper cases. Then what we're going to do is we're going to query through the users. I just copied this code because we've written this so many times. Const users awaiting the context, and we're querying the users, checking that the user ID is, if there's a user ID equal to the current user ID, and if there is, it will be populated within users. And then last but not least, we're going to write our return, and our return is going to look like this. We're going to return users, and we're going to filter through users. And I'm just going to make this any type for sake of simplicity. We're going to check if there's a name match. So we're going to do name match equals to user.name.toLowercase.includes the search term lower. And we're going to do the same thing if there is an email match, right? Like let's say user searches by email match. And what we're going to do here is instead of name, we're going to do .email.toLowercase.includes search term lower. And as earlier, we're going to return whatever we get, name match, email match. And what we want is the top 10 results. That's what this slice is going to do for us. And that is our search users function, which is perfect. So now we're going to go back to our search component, and we're going to see that our .search users is working fine. That's perfect. So we get our search results. Now what we're going to do is we're going to handle search. So we're going to do const handle search change, right? And we're going to get the event. And this event is going to be type React change event. And we're going to do HTML input element. And this is going to be an arrow function. And what we're going to do is we're going to extract the value that is searched, e.target.value, right? This is how we extract the value that's going to be entered in the search field. And then we're just going to set search term to value. We're also going to debounce search to value. That's what we're doing. So basically we're passing this value to term, and this is being set. This makes it so that we're not spamming our Convex search API, and it's just great practice. Now we're going to do const handle start chat. And basically what this does is when a user clicks on a name, so let's see if there's this name right here. When I click on this name, notice how the conversation is created and it forwards me to a new path. That is what we want handle start search to do. It's going to be an async function. We're going to have selected user ID be passed, right? And this is going to be a string, a type string. Let's clear that up. We're going to have a try catch here since it's an async operation. And what we're going to do is we're going to do const conversation ID equals to await, create conversation, and we're going to pass participant user ID, which is going to be the selected user ID. And we're going to pass current user ID, which is going to be my user ID, which we get from Clerk using useAuth. And the create conversation mutation is from here that uses our create or get conversation API. Again, Convex just makes it super simple. Once these functions are written, it's just a matter of calling them. And then we're going to set is open to false. We're going to close the dialog. And what we're going to do is we're going to do router.push, and we're going to push the user to /chat/conversation ID, right? And if this errors out, what we're going to do is we're going to console error, and we're just going to say error. Let me just do error creating conversation, and we'll do a plus error. Perfect. And we'll just do a plus there, space there. All right, we have our handle start chat. And then last but not least, I'm going to have a skeleton for loading state. I'm just going to add this here, close that bracket right here. You can pause the video and write this here. This is just some JSX for the skeleton. And now what we're going to write is we're going to write our main JSX, and this is where it gets fun. So we're going to need dialogue from chatcn, but I don't have that importer installed. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to ui.chatcn, and we're going to search dialogue. We see that we're going to need to run this command, which I'm going to do right here. Paste this, let that run, perfect. And then these are the imports I'm going to need. I'm going to import this up top, perfect. And then I'm going to have, I'm just going to copy this example right here for simplicity's sake. And I'm going to paste this. Perfect. Now, if I save this and I run my project and I go back to Sidebar, and where I have search here, if I actually import search, the component right here, and I have on Sidebar as true, I go to the page. Oh, you see my open here, weirdly positioned. But if I click on this, you see the dialog pop up. This is perfect. Now let's fix this search component, and let's make it so that it is right next here in the same line as the profile button and as the icon that when clicked on brings up the logout drop down. So let's start writing some JSX. So we're going to start with the dialog. We're going to add a prop open, and we're going to have to set this to is open, and then we're going to do on open change. We're going to set is open, and basically this allows us to control the opening and the closing of the dialog however we want it. And then we're going to make the dialog trigger as child, and the reason why we're going to have a button in between the dialog triggers And when you do that and you don't have ask child, it causes a hydration error. So we want to avoid that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if this is on sidebar. If this is on sidebar, then I want to return a button. And this button is going to have message square more. That's an icon from Lucid Reacts. And this icon is going to have a class name of width 5 and height 5. And we're going to import this button. Perfect. And we're going to customize this button a little bit. This is going to be a variant of Ghost. And this is going to be a size of icon. Perfect. So we have that done. And then if it's not on a sidebar, what we're going to do is we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have a class name of margin top 5. And this is also going to be a button. But the button is going to have text instead. And it's going to say bother somebody. Save. And we're going to have a class name where we're going to add background custom color 00A884. We're going to have a hover background with a custom color again 02906F. And we're going to have a text color of hashtag 111B21. All right, we're going to hit save there. And then if I go to my localhost, I should see my search here. Now, I don't want my search positioned here. I want it here. So what that means is if I go back to my sidebar and I go to where is my search component, the search component is not supposed to be here. It's actually supposed to be here. So if I hit save here, then you'll see my search component pop up right there. And this, ladies and gents, is supposed to be your standard search icon. So let me just bring that back. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's search. And then the class name is going to be height 5, width 5. And then we have a custom text color. And we're going to add that 869680. And we're going to save that. That's perfect. And if we go back here, look, it's already starting to look really, really good. We have our search there. And next, what we're going to do is the dialog title. It's going to be no title, but we're going to leave this tag here because, again, when you remove it, it causes a hydration error, and we don't want that. So let's go and remove this as well. And we're going to do some reordering, actually. We're going to move dialog title out of dialog content. We're going to move dialog header, and dialog contents where we're going to do some work. So I'm going to add a class name here. We're going to do width full. Max width is going to be 380 pixels, right? We're going to make sure that there's no padding, padding 0. We're going to add a custom background color and a border color. I'm just going to paste these here, and you can pause the video and type these out. So that's our dialog content right there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add dialog header, just so you can see what I'm doing here. And then we're going to do a class name of padding 0. And what we're going to do is we're going to create the header of the search. And basically what we're going to do is, let me show you an example. This right here, that's what we're going to work on. So we're going to do a div, class name, background. We're going to do a custom color 202C33. Perfect. We're going to do a padding 4, flex, items, center, and we're going to do a gap of 4. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a button, and this is going to be customized. We're going to have a variant of Ghost. We're going to make this size an icon, and we're going to have a class name where the text is going to be AEBA and we're going to have a hover of text white, which is perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add an on click. I'll just add a new line, on click here. And the on click is, this is going to set is open to false. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is in between the button, we're going to have an arrow left icon. This is going to be our standard width 5, height 5. And we're going to hit save. And then when we go back here, we see our back icon, and notice how that closes the dialog, which is perfect. And underneath the header, what we're going to work on, so we're going to close this right here. We're going to work on the search input. Now, there's going to be a div. We're going to do class name P2, so padding of 2, custom background color 111B21. Save that, and then we're going to have another div, right? And then this is going to be a class name relative background hashtag 202C33. And we're going to do rounded large. We're going to do flex item center. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a div. We're going to do class name, padding at PL4, PR2, and PY2. This is for design and aesthetic purposes. And then we're going to have the search Lucid React icon, class name width 5, height 5, text. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to copy this text color here, and that is perfect. We're going to close this, and underneath this div, we're going to have our input, and this is going to be self-closing. And in this input, we're going to have value be search term, and we're going to have on change be handle search change, and then we're going to have placeholder be search contacts, and then we're going to have a class name. We're going to make this pretty. We're going to do width full, background transparent. We're going to do border none. We're going to do text custom color E9EDEF, and we're going to do placeholder. The text for that, the text color for that is going to be different, and we're going to do 869680, and we're going to have focus outline. I spelled focus wrong. Outline none, and we're going to do padding of Y2 and text dash base, and we hit save. And then if we go back to our search, look at that. Look how good that is coming. All right, so we have our search done, and now we're just going to render the results, right? So we're going to render the results with a fixed height container so it doesn't flood the entire page. That's what we want to see. So we're going to do div, and we're going to do class name overflow Y auto. We're going to do max height of 400 pixels. And then we're going to have a min height of 300 pixels, right? So just limiting the height. And then we're going to check is pending. Remember, we got is pending from the start transition, from use transition. So is pending, if it's true, what we're going to do is we're going to show off our skeletons. And remember the skeleton we have up here, skeleton item, this right here. And then we're just going to have a couple of these. So I'm just going to do 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 should be enough. And if it's not pending, then let's render the search results, right? That's what we want to do. Let me just clean that. And what we're going to do is we're going to render the search results. So we're going to do search results, and why am I getting an error? Let's see if I search result. Did I spell it wrong? Yeah, it's supposed to be search results. So if I do search results.map, we pull out each user, and what we want to do is we want to render some JSX. Now we're going to have a key because this is a map, user.user_ID. The user ID can be a key because it is unique. There's no duplicated user IDs. And then on click, we're going to have a handle handle start chat, and then we're going to pass the user.user ID, meaning when someone clicks on the chat, on the conversation, it should start a new chat. And if we go to handle start chat, remember, creates the conversation, closes the dialogue, and then routes me to the correct path, which is exactly what I want. And we're going to have a class name here, and class name is going to be flex item center. We're going to do a px of 4, py of 3. We're going to have a nice custom background color on hover, and that's going to be 202C33, cursor pointer, and we're going to have transition colors. Perfect. So our div is good. And then what we're going to do is, I'm not sure if we've installed this before, but we're going to use avatar. Actually, we have, what am I saying? And I'm just going to copy paste this right here. And then I'm going to copy the imports, right? We're going to copy the imports and paste this up top right here. So avatar, avatar fallback, and avatar image from components UI avatar, courtesy of Shatsian UI. And then we're going to import this icon user2 from Lucid Reacts. So we're going to have an avatar, H12, width 12, MR3, margin right 3. We're going to pass the user.profile image to avatar image, and the fallback is just going to be this user icon with this color, and that is perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to render the user name. So we're going to do class name flex-1. We're going to do a mid width of 0, and then we're going to do an H3. And then this H3 we're going to rend user.name. Perfect. And this H3 is going to have a class name of a custom color, text color, which is going to be E9EDEF. Perfect. We're going to have text-base, font normal, and then we're going to truncate this. That is our H3. And that is pretty much it for search, I believe. And we're also going to have to add, I forgot, we're going to have to add a case where if the search result, we're going to do search result.lengths. If it's equal to 0, meaning there were no search results returned, and we're going to do debounce term. Basically what we want to render is a div that's going to say no contacts found. And basically we're going to want a class name. We're going to style this a little bit. We want a P4, padding 4, text center, and we want a custom text color 8696A0, and that should save. And then last but not least, we're going to have one more conditional where if there is no debounce term, we're going to render the following p tag. We're going to have a div, and underneath the div, we're going to have a p tag that's going to say search for users to start a new chat. The p tag class name is going to be text custom color. It's going to be the same color here. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we're going to have text small. And then for the div, we're going to do a class name px4 py8, and then we're going to do text center. All right, we're going to save this, and this should pretty much be it for the search. Let's go to our page. So we're on /chat. We click on this. All right, we have our back, we have our X, we have search contacts. If we go here, pretty much the same thing. I think we're missing a text here. So let's see where new chat was supposed to be added. And this was supposed to be added where the arrow left is. So let me go back to the header. And then, yep, it's supposed to be underneath button. We're going to add a H2. Let's add a H2. And it should be new chat. And let's do class name text. We're going to do custom color E9EDEF. We're going to do text base. And we're going to do font medium. So hit save. And then go back here. And would you look at that? And if I type in my search, ladies and gents, it works. We have our search working. And if I click here, notice how it routed me to a chat page and we saw our chat message pop up there, but it looked weird. So in order for us to see what it's going to look like, we're going to have another route underneath chat. We're going to have ID, and then we're going to have /page.tsx. Basically what we're doing is we have an ID folder, and then we have page.tsx, and we're just going to do export default function. We're just going to call this page, and then we're just going to return page. We're just going to hit save here, and now when we refresh, we see page here, and then we see our conversation loaded here. Now this isn't rendered properly. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our, we're going to go to layout, sorry, we're going to go to chat, then sidebar, and then in sidebar, this is supposed to be this avatar right here. So let's see why this is not being rendered properly. So looking at the code, the reason why it's looking weird is this conversation details is supposed to be within this div. If I hit save, you're going to see, okay, it's aligned, but the image sizing is wrong. And that's because this class name was supposed to be applied to the avatar image. And when we see the avatar image, that looks good, but we're missing rounded full. Let's hit save there. And then if we compare it to our chat, we look at the name. Perfect. We see that our chat page is being rendered properly. Now let me search another user, click that, and you can see the chat ID change, and you can see the highlighting working properly, the hovering working properly, and this is fantastic. So our sidebar is complete. Our sidebar is finished. I don't believe there is anything missing on our sidebar. It looks like it is good and it's ready to go. And if we hit search, look at that search. That is perfect. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start working on the chat page, meaning this content right here, this content being rendered here. And in this case, it should be rendering the messages between for this conversation ID, or if let's say we are on just /chat, it should render a page telling us to browse and to bother somebody. So this right here, and that's what we're going to be working on next. Let's get started. All right, so when I'm on the /chat page, we should be seeing a page like this. So that's what we're going to work on. So we're going to go to page, which is under chat. So /chat page. We're going to work on this page right here. And this is where we're going to start writing some code. So we're going to call this chat home screen, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to have we're going to work on some JSX, to be honest. We're going to have a fragment here. Let's just have a fragment here. Then we're going to have a div, and this div is going to be class name flex1, flex column, item center, justify center. We're going to have a custom background color of 222E35, and we're going to center the text. So we're going to do text center, and then we're going to have another div. And this div is going to be class name max width medium, and we're going to have space y2. Perfect. Going to save that, and then we're going to have a laptop Lucid React icon, and in here we're going to have class name width 72, height 72, MX auto. We're also going to have text custom color 364147. That's perfect. All right, and then let's do an H2, and this H2 is going to say not WhatsApp, because this is the not WhatsApp app. And then we're gonna have a class name custom color. We're going to do E9EDEF, text 3XL, font light, right? And then we're going to do a P tag, and we're going to say where your auntie comes to gossip. Gossiping is bad, guys. We shouldn't be doing it, but let's be honest, all the aunties be gossiping on WhatsApp. So we're going to do we're going to do text 8696A0, custom color. We're going to save that right there, and that should be perfect. And then last but not least, underneath the P tag, we're going to do our search component, if you remember that. And then on sidebar is going to be false this time. And then we're going to close this, and we're going to hit save. And would you look at that? This is our page. Now, the text color is not applying properly, or am I supposed to do a background color? Let's see. Let's go back to search component. And what we're going to do is we are going to look for the button. Let's see where the button is, where we have on sidebar, and then we have variant ghost. And then, so this seems to look good to me. I probably got, oh, right here. Instead of $, it's supposed to be hashtag. So if we go back here, perfect. Look at that. And if I click this, the search pops up. Would you look at that? That is what we love to see, and it takes me to the user. So my home page works. My chat homepage, the main page, the /chat page works. Now what we're going to do is we are going to work on the chat list in itself. This right here. So when I click on here, I see the messages. I can upload a file. I'm just upload this random file right here and then hit send. I can also use the microphone. This browser won't allow me, but if I pull up another browser, and you can see here on Chrome, if I click on that, it will start listening to me. Hello, hi, how are you? It is listening, and then I want it to stop. And if you see, it was listening, and if I hit send, and let's just do one more time. My name is Michael. I like motorcycles, and I like chicken. There you go. Perfect. And I can hit send. So all that stuff works. We are going to build this out step by step. So we're going to start with this folder right here with under the chat folder. We're going to start with ID because the chat ID is going to be dynamic. Right? Every conversation is going to have its own ID. So that is where we're going to start. So this is going to be export default async, right? We're going to have a server function, a server component, and we're just going to call this conversations. And we're going to have params, right? Because we're going to have to extract the chat ID, the conversation ID, sorry. And params with next 15 is now a promise. So we're going to have to add promise to the type, and then we're going to close this. So we have params there perfectly done. And the way we're going to extract the conversation ID is we're going to have to await params and then get the ID. And then now we have the conversation ID. We're going to get user ID from auth, but we have to await it. And auth is from clerk. We love clerk. And then we're going to do const preloaded messages, and then we're going to do await preload query, and we're going to get this from API chats. Let me import API so we can have our autocomplete. API chats, and then we're going to do dot get messages. Perfect. And then we're going to pass what? The conversation ID, which is going to be conversation ID. And that's it. But we have to type this as ID, and we're going to add conversations like this. Now this ID you can import. Convex is going to provide this type, and there you have it. So we have preloaded messages. That is great. Now what we're going to do is we're going to write some JSX, and basically what we're going to do is we're going to do a div, class name height screen. We're going to do flex call. Save that, perfect. And then we're going to do a div. Again, we're going to do class name flex1, flex call. We're going to do overflow hidden. And then we're going to create two components. We're going to create chat list, and then we're going to create form chat. And basically, let me comment these out right here. Basically what these components are, and I'm just going to visually show you. If we go back here, this is your chat list, and then this is your form chat. So those are the two components we're going to build. And to build these components, we're going to go into the components folder. And why don't we start with chat list? So we're going to do chat-list.tsx. We're going to do that, right? Chat list, and then we're going to do export default function chat list. And this is going to return, let's just make it return a fragment for now. All right, perfect. Now this is going to be a client component. So we're going to do use client. And there's a couple things that we're going to pass it. We're going to pass it the user ID, and we're also going to pass it preloaded messages, right? So it's going to get both. Now we're going to need some types here. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this over, user ID and preloaded messages. Paste this. User ID is going to be string, and preloaded messages is going to be preloaded. This type we get from, we're going to import this from Convex, and then we're going to do type of api.chats.get messages, and then we're just going to import API, and then we have our types situated. That's perfect. Now there's a couple of things that we're going to need to do. We're going to need to do const messages equals to use preloaded query. And what do we pass into preloaded query? Our preloaded messages. That's imported perfect. Now we're going to need some refs. We're going to do messages and ref equals to use ref. And the type for this is going to be HTML. It's going to be all caps HTML div element. And initially it's going to be null. We're going to import use ref. And this is going to help us with our scroll. Basically, when we go on, let me just spam with some messages. If I go here and then I go to this chat, it should take me to the bottom. What the use refs are going to do. So we're going to have a use effect, right? Let's just do the snippet right here. Clear this up, clear this dependency. It didn't even import it, which is fantastic. So we're going to import that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say messages and ref dot current, and then we're going to do question mark scroll into view, and the behavior of this is going to be smooth. We want a smooth scroll, and then dependency array is going to be messages. So when messages change, make sure that happens. And then now we're going to work on the JSX. So let's do a div here, and the div is going to have a ref, and this is going to be container ref, right, which I have not instantiated. So we're going to do this right here. So we're going to do const container ref equals to use ref, and it's going to be the same HTML div element type, and it's going to be null. So this is the container ref, and we have added it to our div, and then we're going to add a class name of flex1 overflow y auto background bg background, and then we're going to add a custom dark color, and this is going to be 0b141a, and we're going to do some mathematics here. We're going to do a max height of calculate 100 view height, and then we're going to do minus 355 pixels. And basically what this does is this is just calculating this distance right here, and I used AI to get this math. To be honest with you, I would not have guessed this off the top of my head. So, and that's where AI can come clutch. And then we're going to add some inline styles, right, to help us make this chat list look very nice. And then with the scroll, the messages are hidden underneath the header. We're going to add some inline style, and we're going to add MS. I'm actually going to just copy paste this because typing this out makes no sense. I'm just going to copy this here. So MS overflow style none, scroll bar with none, WebKit overflow scrolling touch, right? So this makes it so that it works for every browser, because I think with Safari and Firefox, like these things, this had to be implemented for this to work, and that's why this is there. And then underneath this div, we're going to have another div. We're going to have a class name p4 min height full, right? We want to have full screen, and then flex call space y4. Perfect. And now what we're going to do is we're going to map over our messages, right? So we're going to do messages dot map, and we're going to map over each message, and message hat needs a type. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy paste this interface, and you can pause the video and type this out right here. This is basically going to match the data we get from Convex, from the messages table, right? Content ID is sent, sender user ID, time, type, and media URL. So I'm just going to pass message here as a type. So we're going to add our arrow and then our curly braces, and we're going to say const is my message. Basically check if of the person logged in is the one who sent the message. So we're going to do message dot sender underscore user ID equals user ID, right? So this is going to be true or false based on this condition, and we're going to return some JSX based on this condition. So here we're going to have a div, and because this is a map, we're going to obviously have to have a key, and the key is going to be message.id, because each message ID is going to be unique. And we're also going to have a class name. This one's going to be written differently. We're going to have flex, and then we're going to check, is my message true? If it is, then we're going to have justify end, but if it's not, we're going to have justify start. Basically, if it's me who sent the message, on the right side, if it's not me, on the left side, which is how all messaging platforms are, at least here in the West, right? So we have that perfectly done. Underneath, we're going to have another div, right? And then this is going to have a closing div, and we're going to have a class name here. This is going to have some conditions as well. We're going to have rounded large, padding 3, max width extra small. For the largest screen, it's going to be max width medium. And then we're going to check if is my message is true. If it is, background needs to be primary, right? Background needs to be primary. And then the dark color is going to be a custom color. I'm just going to copy that. Let me just paste this here. It's going to be a custom color and text primary foreground, and then we're going to have a semicolon here. This does not need to be there. And for the or, we're going to do background muted, and then dark background. It's going to be a custom color 202C33. Then we're going to hit save, and this is good. And then underneath this div, we're going to have a conditional is not is my message, sorry, not is my message. And if that's the case, then render this p tag, and then we're going to render message.sender, right? And then this p tag is going to have a class name of text small, actually extra small, sorry. The dark, for dark, it's going to be text white, text muted foreground, and then we're going to have a margin bottom 1. Perfect. This is good. And then we're going to have another conditional, and it's going to be message type. If this is equal to image, right, we are going to render that image. So we're going to have a div. We're going to have closing div as well. And this div is going to have a class name of relative with full, max with small. It's going to, for the small screen, max with medium. And for the medium screen, it's going to be max with large. And then for the larger screen, it's going to be max with extra large. And then for the extra large screen, it's going to be max with 2XL, right? And this is, oops, didn't have to have space there. And then within this div, there's going to be another div. This div is going to be a class name with full. And then in this div, we're going to have an image. This is going to be self-closing. And what we're going to do is we're going to render the message.media URL. We're going to render an alt message. We're just going to say message content. And then we're going to have a class name of width full, height auto, max height 300 pixels, object contain, rounded large. And then we're going to do some science with the image size. Just copy that, pause the video and write that down. It's going to handle the sizes. And then we're going to do an onload. And an onload, we're going to do endref.current.scroll into view. The behavior, we want all scroll behavior to be what? Smooth. All right. And that's save right there. And we have to handle if the type is not image, what are we going to do? We're just going to render the message content. Perfect. And then we're going to add a class name, text small, dark text white, break words, and then it's going to be white space pre-wrap. Save that. And then underneath this, we're going to have a p tag, and we're going to render the message.time. And the p tag class name is going to be text right, text extra small, text muted foreground, and margin top 1. We're going to hit save there. And underneath all this, we're going to have a div. self-closing, and this is going to have a ref, and the ref is going to be messages and ref. All right, we're going to save this, and we're going to go to our app, and if I click on this chat, I see my chat list, but I don't have any messages, and I don't have a header, and I don't have a form to send messages. So wait, I didn't even import it. So let's make sure that this is imported, and then we pass preloaded messages, and I believe we also have to pass the user ID, which we get. User ID passed. Okay, so we have our chat list code done. Now, remember, we import our chat list. We now need our form chat component. So I'm just gonna uncomment this, and I'm going to create a new component, form.tsx. We're going to do export default function form chat, and we're just going to return a fragment. Hit save there, and I just want this to be imported, and we're good. Now let's start working on our form chat component. So first thing is we're going to need the conversation ID, right? And this conversation ID, the type is going to be string. So that's pretty simple right there. We're also going to need our user ID. I forgot about that. Let's add user ID. Perfect, right? And if we didn't pass it as props, we can also get user ID from useAuth, which is pretty cool. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pass user ID to form chat, and we're also going to get the conversation ID and pass that as well at the exclamation mark at the end of user ID, and we're good to go. So now we're going to need to use React hook form to do our form chat form. And I believe if you're not familiar with React hook form, we've used it previously in this video. It's pretty simple to set up. I'm just going to copy this import right here because I already have the package installed. So copy that, and then I'm just going to copy all this right here, paste this. So copying the use form hook, and then the on submit as well. Now there's a couple state variables we're going to need, and I'm going to declare the state variables underneath here. We're going to need const attachments, right? Let me do attachments, set attachments is gonna be use state, and the value is gonna be an array of strings, default value just being an empty array. Let's import that right there, and I'm just gonna copy paste this a few times, and then this is gonna be is uploading, and this is gonna be set is uploading, and this is gonna be a boolean, so we'll just remove the type and we'll just have it false, set default false, and we're going to copy is loading and paste is loading again, and this is going to be is listening because we're going to have our microphone permissions set up. So we're going to say set is listening. All right, perfect. And then we're going to do speech supported, and we're going to do set speech supported, and this is going to be a boolean as well, and this one is going to be a boolean as well. We're going to set a boolean type, but it's going to start off as null, so we're going to start this as null, and this is going to be has mic permission, set has mic permission. So quite a few states, but we're going to need these. And then we're also going to need to use ref. So we're going to do const recognition ref, right? Did I spell that right? I definitely did not spell, no, I did spell that right. Recognition ref equals to use ref. And we're going to use speech recognition, and this recognition or null for the type, and then we're just going to set this to null. Let's import use ref. Not sure why it's saying can't find this name when it should be, but for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to use an any type. We'll come back to that later. And then what we're going to do, we're going to do const send a message. We're going to use mutation. Remember the send message mutation API we wrote? We're going to use that. And we're going to do api.chats.send message. Perfect. Now I can use send message within my component, particularly in the onSubmit to send messages, which is perfect. And now what I'm going to do is let me just remove that. I'm going to do const check microphone permission. This function is going to check the microphone permissions because sometimes you might have the permissions to not allow your browser to use a microphone. This is going to check. And we're going to do a try catch here because it's an async operation. And we're going to do const permission result equals to await navigator dot media devices dot get user media, and then it's going to be audio true, right? So this is the permission result we're trying to get. If the permissions are there, then we're going to set this to true, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to do permission result dot get tracks. For each track, we're going to do track dot stop. And basically let me just write this. Now, basically what this does is this stops the audio stream since we don't need it, right? That's essentially what this does right here. And if we get here, this means the permission was granted, which is fantastic. And here what we're going to do is we're going to set hash permissions to false, and then we're going to log that the microphone permissions error. Microphone permissions error. We're just going to leave it at that, and we're just going to return the error. And I spelled log wrong, of course. And then we're going to save that. That function is great. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have a use effect, and the purpose of this use effect is we're going to initialize speech recognition. So let me import this use effect here. And first we're going to start with an if statement. If type of window is undefined, then run this. So what we're going to do now is it's not capital O, it's a small o, so we're going to do that. Perfect. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to do const speech recognition. Speech recognition, let me make sure this is spelled right. Speech recognition equals window dot speech recognition or window dot webkit speech recognition. So I'm just going to copy paste this just to make sure all the spellings are correct. Okay. And then we're going to do underneath it const, we're going to do if speech recognition right here. We're going to run the following. So first we're going to say set speech supported to true. And then we're going to do recognition.ref.current equals to new speech recognition. Perfect. So far so good. Then we're going to do const recognition equals to, we're going to make this equal to recognition.ref.current. Perfect. And then we're going to do recognition.continuous equal true. We're going to do recognition.interim results equal true. I spelled recognition wrong here, so let's just make sure that's spelled correctly. And what we're going to do finally is recognition.lang equals en-us, right? And then last but not least, we're going to do recognition.onStart equals, this is a function, and we're going to set is listening to true. We're going to do toast.success, and we're going to do started listening. So toast is something that we're going to have to import from ShadCN UI. So we're gonna go to Sonar. I use Sonar instead of Toast. Sonar just looks cleaner. So like you can see like how clean that animation is. And to set this up, we have to obviously install Sonar. So let's make sure that's done. Checking the registry. Okay, Sonar has been installed. And then I have to add this to my main layout right here. So I'm gonna go to the main layout. No, even more main than this. And then I'm going to import Toaster, and Toaster is going to be underneath the children. And I'm going to save that, and then that's going to be good. And then now I just need to import Toast from Sonar. And when I do this and I hit save, yep, the error is gone. So Toast success is good. And then underneath here, we're going to do recognition.onResult equals, we're going to have the event, and this is going to, we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to do const current equals to event.result index, result index, and then we're going to do the get the transcript event.results. It should be results. We're going to get the current result 0.transcript. Perfect. And then we're going to check if event.results current.isFinal. If this statement is true, then we're going to set value to message. And we're also going to add current message plus transcript plus some space. And I forgot to instantiate current message. So what we're going to do is current message is going to equal to watch message, and if there's nothing here, it's just going to be empty string. And set value is going to come from the use form hook. I'm just going to import this here, add this to in there, and then add a comma so it doesn't error out. And set value is good. So far so good. Let's keep on going. We're almost there, guys. And then we're going to do one more time recognition.onError. So what do we do when errors occur? We're going to get the event. Perfect. And then we're going to do console.log. There was a speech recognition error. And we're just going to render the event.error. Perfect. And what we're going to do is set is listening to false. And then we're going to have a switch statement. I'm going to just copy paste the switch statement because it's pretty straightforward. We're going to copy paste the switch statement right here, basically checking the error. If it's not allowed, render this. If it's no speech, render this. If it's network, this toast. And if we don't know, we're just going to say try again. And then to close off, we are going to add this right here. We're going to do recognition on end, set is listening to false, toast.info stop listening, and then we're going to check initial microphone permissions, right? And that is our initialization. We have initialized our recording, our speech recognition. Now I keep getting an event error here, type error here. I'm just going to have the any type. This speech recognition, I'm still not sure why this is happening, but we're just going to keep moving forward because it will not affect the application from working. Now, there's a couple more functions we have to write. We're not in the clear yet. We're going to do const toggle listening. This is going to be an async function, right? And then we're going to have a conditional right off the bat to check if recognition.current, that doesn't exist, then we're just going to return nothing. And if is listening, if we are listening, we are just going to stop the recording, right? So if you're listening, like if the microphone's already listening and you click on the microphone again, that's you essentially telling it to stop, which makes sense. But if that is not happening, what we're going to do is we're going to check if we have permissions first. Does the mic, if we have permissions. If we don't have permission, we're going to do a toast error. And I'm just going to copy paste the toast error. It's quite an elaborate error. So we're going to render this message. We're going to have an action, how to enable, And then if you click on that, it's going to give you another toast, give you some instructions. You can pause the video and write that out. Let me minimize this for space. And then what I'm going to do is underneath this toast.error, I am going to return in the if. Now under the if, within the else, I'm going to have a try catch. Perfect. And this try catch is going to await, check microphone permission, and if has permission. So if we finally have mic permission, we're going to do recognition ref.current.start. So now we have permission to start recording, and that is good. But in the catch, let's say this doesn't work. What we're going to do is we're just going to console log error starting speech recognition, and then we're just going to render the error, and then we're going to have a toast error that's telling us we failed, and it's going to be nice and clean. So we have our toggle listening working. Now what's left are two more functions. We're going to work on our onSubmit now. Now our onSubmit is going to be an async operation because we're going to have data, and we're also going to have a type, and the type is going to be message. And just for the sake of keeping the errors clean and not throwing any's all around, we're going to have a type perform inputs, which is just basically going to check the message, that the message is a string. That's pretty much it. Because we have an async operation, we're going to do try catch, and then we're going to do if is listening, and recognition ref.current is true. Then we're going to do recognition ref.current stop, meaning if I'm in the middle of recording and I hit send, then I hit submit, it should probably stop the recording. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through any image URLs that exist in attachments. And what essentially we're going to do, we're going to send each image as a separate message. And we're going to use the send message mutation. What is the type? The type is image. Look at that type safety. Conversation ID is going to be conversation ID as ID, and we're going to do conversations. This is how Convex wants you to do it, and I believe this gets imported, and that is correct. Comma, and then what else do we need? We need the sender ID, and this is going to be the user ID, right? And then we need content. The content is going to be image because we're sending images, and the media URL is going to be the image URL. So we will be sending all our images, which is great. And underneath that, we're going to have an if statement, if data.message.trim. So if we have a message that's sent, we're going to send this text. So we're going to do the same thing here, except the type is text. And the conversation ID, I'm literally just going to copy conversation ID and sender ID. So conversation ID is going to be that. Sender ID is going to be the user ID. And then the content is going to be data.message. Once this is done, we're going to do reset, which basically clears the form. And where I get reset is from React hook form, right? This is why I love React hook form. Reset clears the form. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear set attachments to be an empty array because we already sent the messages. And then finally, if all else fails, if all this doesn't work, we're just going to log the error, and we're going to send a nice, lovely toast. And that is our onSubmit, ladies and gents. Got two more functions. We're going to do const handle image upload, which is going to be an async operation. We're going to get the event. The event is going to be react.change event with an HTML input element, right? This is an arrow function. And this is where we're going to be handling image upload. So here what we're going to do is we're going to do const file equals to e.target.files, and then we're going to get the first one. And then if there is none, if there is no file, then we return because we can't upload nothing. And then we're going to do a try catch. And what we're going to try here is first we're going to set uploading to true. We're going to get the post URL, and we get this by awaiting fetch mutation, and we're going to do api.chats.generate upload URL. Remember that we wrote it in our chats file under our convex folder. That's going to come handy. And then we're going to do const result equals to await. We're going to fetch the post URL we just got, and we're going to add some stuff in the object. We're going to do method post. The headers are going to be content type, and we're going to do content dash type. It's going to be file dot type, sorry. And this looks good. And then the body is going to be the file itself, which is perfect. And then we're going to check like any other request. If result.ok, if not result.ok, then we should throw a beautiful error. And we're going to say upload failed. And we're going to return the status text. All right, that's great. And now what we're going to get is from the result, we're going to get the storage ID. We're going to await result.json. So from the result, from the JSON, we're going to get the storage ID. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do another fetch mutation. And this fetch mutation is going to be api.chats.get upload URL. But to get the upload URL, guess what I need to pass? The storage ID, which I get here. So I have my URL now. And then what I'm going to do is if URL exists, so if I've uploaded my image and I got a URL, I'm going to set attachments to basically the attachments I currently have. I'm going to spread the attachments I have and add the URL. So I can upload multiple images and send them, which is great. And then what we're going to do is if this fails, console log, toast error, and we're also going to add a finally to this try catch. And the finally is set uploading to false. Now the last function, before we start writing some JSX, I know we've been writing a lot of functions. The last function is going to be const remove attachment. And we're going to get the index, which is going to be a number. And this is going to be a simple function. We're going to set attachments to attachments.filter. And basically we're going to have the underscore because we don't need it. And we're going to have I for index. And we're going to check if the index doesn't match the past index. And this is going to help us with removing attachments. And why is this giving me an error? Oh, I have too many equals. Okay, and that should work. So now we have all our functions. What we now are going to write is our JSX. So let's get started. So we're going to have our brackets here. We're going to have a div, class name, background muted, dark background. We're going to have a custom background. It's going to be 202C33. Perfect. And then we're going to we're going to check our attachments dot length. And if this is greater than 0, if it's greater than 0, that means there's attachments that have been uploaded. And if that's the case, we want to render some JSX. We're going to do we're going to do a div, not self-closing. We're going to have a class name. Class name is going to be P2 flex, gap 2 flex wrap, border B, border. We're going to do dark border, and this is going to be custom color 313D45. Perfect. And then we're going to map over attachments, and we're going to get the URL and the index. Perfect. And then we're going to render some JSX. And this, what we're going to render is we're going to get the div first. We're going to get a div first. Of course, this is a map. We have to get our key. And the key that we're going to pass is the index. We're going to pass the index. And then we're going to have a class name, relative group. And then in between this div, we're going to have an image, self-closing tag. Great. And this image essentially is going to have a source. And the source we're going to get from URL. Perfect. And then alt we can just have as attachment. Oops, spelled that wrong. Attachment. And then we're going to have a class name of height 20, width 20, object, cover, rounded, medium. Perfect. And then we're going to have a button. And this button is going to be, we're going to have X, which is going to be an icon from Lucid React. We're going to do class name, height 4, width 4, text white. This is basically when you want to remove the attachments, you click on this X button, and this X button is going to have an on click, and the on click is basically going to be remove attachments. We're going to call the remove attachments function, and we're just going to pass the index, right? And then we're going to have a class name, so we can position this well, not over there. Within the tag, we're going to do class name absolute minus top 2 minus right 2, background red 500, rounded full, P1, opacity 0, group hover, and it's going to be opacity 100, transition opacity. All right, we're going to save that. So our image is good, our button is good, our div should be good. And then let's see what is causing this error. And that's because we're missing a bracket here. If we save that, that works fine and dandy. Okay, so we have our attachments that are going to be properly rendered when we've uploaded them, and we have the power to remove them. Now we're going to work on the form, right? The form where we can submit our messages. So we're going to do on submit. And in this on submit, we're going to do handle submit and pass an on submit function. Perfect. And then we're going to do class name, background muted, dark background. We're going to do 202C33. We're going to do P4, flex, items center, and then we're going to do space X2. And then under here, we're going to do a div, class name relative. And then we're going to do a label here. And this label is going to have HTML4. We're going to say file upload. Perfect. And then we're going to have a class name. Now, this one's going to be a long one. It's going to be cursor pointer, inline flex, item center. Oh, always spelling center wrong. Justify center, rounded MD, text small, font medium, and then we'll have a new line. New line here. We'll do ring offset background. We're going to do transition colors. We're going to do focus visible outline none. We're going to do focus visible ring 2, and then the new line, there's a lot more. I'm just going to copy paste this because typing all this doesn't make sense. This is all, let me save that here. This is all Tailwind, so you can see this is going to be for the upload, and then in between the label, we're going to have a paper clip icon, and that's going to be from Lucid React, and we're going to have this width 5, height 5. Great. Now the on submit's giving me error, and let me check what the issue is. The reason I'm getting this type error is because here in the use form, I should pass the form inputs type, and then if I hit save, adding this fixes the on submit type. So we're good to go. All right, let's keep on going. So underneath the paperclip, we are now going to add, well, underneath this div, we're going to add our input, right? This is going to be our chat input, and self-closing tag. This is going to be so we're going to do spread operator register, and we're going to register message. Now this, again, this is from React Hook form, right? This is how you handle forms. And then for placeholder, this is going to be conditionally, like our placeholder is going to be based on a condition. If uploading is true, then it's going to be uploading. But if is listening is true, then it's going to say listening. And if none of these are true, it's going to say type, let me add semicolon, type message. Perfect. right? Okay, placeholder is good. And then we're going to have some styles. So we're going to do class name flex1, background. We're going to do dark background, custom color, 2A3942, border none, placeholder text muted foreground. We're going to hit save there. Perfect. And then that's going to be our form. Now, if speech is supported, we're going to remember our state variable, speech supported. So if speech supported is true, we're going to have a button. This button's going to be from Chatcien, and this button's going to have the mic icon from Lucid React. And the class name for this, we're going to make this a bit bigger. We're going to do height 6 width 6. And we're also, I want this to be conditionally, I want there to be conditional style. We're just going to do plus is listening. If it's listening is true, we're going to add animate dash pulse. And then if not, we're not going to add anything, right? Perfectly fine. And then for the button, we're going to add type button. The variant is going to be ghost. The size is going to be an icon because we have an icon. And then the on click, we're going to toggle listening, right? Because it's going to be our mic icon. When we click it, we want it to toggle listening. And then we're going to have a class name with some conditional rendering. We're going to say transition colors, and we're going to check is listening true. If it is, we want text red 500. And if has mic is true, has mic permission is true. No, sorry, has mic permission is false. Then we're going to render text gray, I believe 400. And if not, we're just going to do nothing, right? So if it's listening, then text red 500. If my permissions, if the has mic permission is false, then gray. If none of these two, then that, right? Perfect. And then last but not least, we're going to have our submit button for our form. And this is going to use the send icon from Lucid React. This is going to be our standard width 5, height 5. Perfect. And we're going to do type submit because we want the form submission to be handled by this button. We're going to do size icon, and then we're going to do disabled, right? We want this button to be disabled when uploading is true or attachments. Let me spell attachments dot length and watch. Let me write this properly. Not sign watch messages. So basically what this does is, of course, I spelled attachments wrong. And do I have an extra curly brace? I actually don't need this. Perfect. And then watch message. It's not messages, it's message. All right, perfect. So basically this is going to check if it's uploading, and if uploading is true, this should be disabled. And if there are no attachments and there's no message typed in, then it should be disabled, right? Meaning a user shouldn't be able to send an empty input. Like there should be something there to be sent. And this looks good. We seem to have everything that we need here. All right, let's click start chatting, loading, and then we click here. Perfect. Okay, some styling issues here, but let's type in mic, hit enter, that message sent, GG, it's sent. Let's add an attachment. Okay, my attachments are not working. That is good to know. Let me just refresh. Okay, attachments are not working. And then if I click microphone, I get the microphone access denied. I'll test the microphone in a second, but I want to see why attachments are not working. Okay, so let's go back and let's go to our paperclip right here. This is where our file upload should be happening. The reason why this doesn't work is because I forgot to write the input for this. Like, of course, it's just a label in the paperclip that exists. So we're going to write input. ID is going to be file-upload. And then the type is going to be what? File. We're going to accept image only, any type of image, but make sure it has to be an image. Class name is hidden. We don't see this input. And then on change is going to be handle image upload and disabled when uploading, right? So when is uploading is true, we should not be able to upload an image. So I'm going to hit save there. And if I click this, would you look at that? And I click on that, that image is uploaded. I can remove that. Let's say I wanted to send that image. Image uploaded, hit send. Perfect. So our messaging works, but the only thing is this chat is not supposed to be like this. So figured out. So the reason why this is happening is right here in the page.tsx under ID. I don't have a width full. So when I add width full, you're going to see that this fills the space. Now, you can obviously see that there is this space between the chat, like the form chat, and the messaging, the message app. And it's not supposed to be like that because you're going to see it is right at the bottom. And that's because we're missing a header. So if we go back to our code, we don't have a header here. And the reason why we need a header is obviously for the space to be filled, but also for us to be able to delete a chat, right? That functionality will be in the header. And if you guys remember correctly, back in our chat layout, and if we go to chat layout wrapper, we were supposed to have a header that we commented out but never worked on. So we're going to uncomment this. I don't think we've even created the file. We haven't. So under components, we're going to create header.tsx. We're going to do export default function header, and we're just going to return fragment, hit save, and then we're just going to import header, and we're going to save that. Oh, we need to pass the children prop because this wraps components, and then children are going to be a type of react.react node, right? And we're just going to wrap, we're just going to have the children here, hit save, and that is perfect. Okay, so now let's write the header.tsx file. Now the header.tsx file is responsible for deleting the chat. So what we're going to do is first things first, this is going to be a client component. And in here, we're going to need a couple of things. We're first going to need the path name, and the path name is we're going to get it from use path name, where we get this from Next Navigation. And then we're going to need use router, and use router, remember always to import this from Next Navigation, not router. Perfect. We're also going to need the user ID. We're going to get this from use auth. Perfect. And then we're going to get the conversation ID from the path name. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to, let me just add a question mark here. We're going to split by /chat/, and it's going to be the second index, index number 1. It's going to be the second element. And basically what we're doing is we get this path name. Well, let me copy this. What this does is it gets the path name, and then this split turns this into an element in an array, right? And this turns this into an element in an array as well. So now you have an array with /chat/ and then the conversation ID, and we're getting the conversation ID. That's why there's the dot square brackets 1. So we get the conversation ID, and then we want to do show delete alert, which is going to be a state that's going to track whether the modal is going to be open or not, whether the alert's going to be open or not. So we're going to do use state, and the default for this is going to be false. Let me import this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to track if this is being deleted. So we're going to track is deleting in state. What we're going to do is deleting, and this is going to be Boolean, default being false. All right. And then we're just going to do false. All right, we have our state. Now we're going to need to get our delete mutation, and we're going to do const delete conversation equals to use mutation, make sure it's imported, API, make sure it's imported, chats.delete conversation. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to write our handle delete function. So we're going to say handle delete, async operation. It's going to be, this is an arrow function. And first we're going to check if there's a conversation ID or if there's a user ID. If none of these exist, then this needs to, return. And then we're going to do try catch. And we're going to first set is deleting to true because deletion has started if we've entered this try block. And then basically we're going to await delete conversation, which is the mutation we wrote. And we're going to pass the user ID, which we get from clerk. And then we're going to pass the conversation ID, right? And we're going to pass this as ID conversations. This is how Convex wants us to send this. And then we're going to import that. So we have our mutation done. And then we're going to do toast.success. We're going to see chat deleted successfully. And we're going to import toast from Sonar. Perfect. And then we're going to push the user to the chat page because the messages have been deleted. And then I'm just going to copy paste the catch and finally it's going to toast error, console error, and then finally it's going to set is deleted to false, show delete alert to false, which is what we want. Now, that being said, we're going to start writing some JSX. So let's get it here. So we're going to do a div first, class name flex1, flex call with full. And then we're going to do another div. We're going to do class name background muted. We're going to do dark custom color 202C33. We're going to do padding 4, flex justify between items center border. We're going to do a dark border custom color 313D4 5. Perfect. And we're going to do div class name flex justify end width full and space x2. Perfect. And next what we're going to use is we're going to use ShatCN UI's drop down menu, right? So we're going to use the drop down menu and I'm just going to copy the simple example here. So I'm going to copy the imports, paste this here. And then I've already installed the dropdown, so that's perfect. And I'm just going to copy this example code. We're going to place this in here. And what we're going to do is the trigger is going to have askChild. And the reason the trigger is going to be, we're going to add askChild prop to the dropdown menu trigger is because I'm going to have a button. And if I have a button within the dropdown menu trigger or any of the triggers in ShatCN UI, you have to add askChild or it's going to cause a hydration error. So I'm going to do a variant, ghost. Size icon. All right, perfect. And then we're going to add the more vertical icon from Lucid React. And the class name for this, the styling for this is going to be width 5, height 5, our standard sizing. And then for drop down menu content, we're going to do align end. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to have one drop down item. I'm going to delete all this. And that item is going to be delete chat. And we're going to have an on click on that item. And that on click is going to be set show delete alert. And we're going to set this to true. Perfect. And then we're also going to have class name where the text is going to be red 500. And focus is going to be red 500 as well. Perfect. And now this dropdown is going to spring up an alert. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to ShatCN and search alert dialog. We're going to copy these imports over, make our life easy. I'm just going to paste this underneath. And we haven't installed the package. So we're going to do npx ShatCN add alert dialog. I believe that's what it is. Yep. Alert dialog, hit enter. And in the meantime, I'm going to copy this sample. And it's saying something went wrong. I think I might have spelled something wrong. I'm just going to copy this right here. And then hit that. And yes, okay, we are good. And now we're going to copy the example right here, and underneath the two divs, we're going to have the alert here. And if we clear our terminal and run our project, and if we go back to our project and we hit refresh, we now see our header. Let me just let the refresh happen. And for some reason, I only see open. When I click on it, the alert dialog pops up, but I don't see my chat list or my form. And that's because, remember, we have the children prop, so we need to put children here. And if I click save, you see I see my chat, I see my header, and notice the spacing's all well, but I don't want this open to show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have open in the alert dialog, and I'm going to have the show delete alert state in here. And then on open change, I'm going to have set show delete alert. Basically, when set show delete alert is set true, which it is in this drop down, this dialog will show. So if I hit save and I refresh, and one thing I forgot to do is I need to move this trigger. I don't need a trigger. I'm going to hit save. So when I click here and I click delete chat, then the alert pops up, and this is exactly what I want. So let's customize this alert. The title is going to be delete chat. And then we're going to copy this text right here for the description. Are you sure you want to delete this chat? This action cannot be undone, right? And we have the cancel, and then we have the delete. But there's some changes we're going to have to make first. First, to the delete chat, we're going to add a class name, a custom text color. It's going to be E9EDEF, save. And then alert description, I'm just going to copy the custom color here. You can pause the video and type this out. And then for the cancel, we're going to have some class name here as well. And these are all custom colors. So I'm just going to copy paste this, pause the video and type these out. And then last but not least, we're going to have our on click. And in the cancel, we're going to set show delete alert to false, right? And the reason why we set it to false is if you click cancel, this is going to close the alert, which is exactly what we want. And then on the alert dialog action, what we want here is on the on click, we want to pass our handle delete function, and this function handles the delete. And that is perfect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add some styles here. We're going to do background red 500, hover, background red 600, and then we're going to make a text white. And we're going to make this button disabled when is deleting is true. Perfect, right? And then last but not least, we're almost done. We're going to have a conditional here where if is deleting is true, we're going to have the button say the button text be deleting. If not, then it's going to be delete. I hit save. I go to my app, and then let's go to the chat with Michael. If I click delete, it says delete chat. Are you sure you want to delete this chat? This action can't be undone. If I click it, the chat is gone. It takes me to /chat, and there it is. Our header is complete. So now let me upload a couple images here. I'm just going to upload some random images. Uploading. All right, let's do this meme. And then while that's happening, let's do this meme. And then if I hit send, I see all my images here. Hey, perfect. All right, so we're going to test out the microphone. I click it here. Okay, it's listening. Hello, my name is Michael Shamalis. I love Jesus. I hope you are enjoying this tutorial. And we're just going to click here. Beautiful. And then if I click send, beautiful. And then if I go back here and I look at it, I see my message. So now what we're going to do is we're going to test how fast this is. So I'm going to just spam each side. You can see how real time and how fast this chat is. And if we delete the chat, chat's gone. Again, super real time. And then if I wanted to, what's the username here? I believe GG is this username. Let's go back, close that. And then if I wanted to message GG again, and then let's say I wanted to send an image, let's see how fast this sends. And then if I click here, that was super fast, but let me just test it again. instantly, right? So our application is real time. Now to remove the type error, I figured it out. You're just going to have to install this right here. So bun install, and I'll just paste this right here so you can see it. Types, DOM speech recognition. You install this, and once the types are installed, then you're going to see you no longer get those pesky type errors. All right, so it's time to deploy our application. But one thing I wanted to do before that is I created a route group, and I put the sign-in route and the sign-up route in the route group. And basically the way you create a route group is you have the bracket, name of the route group, close bracket. And what this route group does is it's basically an organizational folder, right? This does not change the route. The route's going to be still sign in and sign up. But what this does is this helps with organization. So I added that route group for organization's sake. And another change I made both in the sign in and the sign up route is I added this div right here. So div class name flex call, justify center, item center, width full with a margin top of 4 rem. This just centers the sign in and the sign up components from Clerk Next.js. Two more things we're going to do. I want you to go to form.tsx, and in form.tsx, in the form component, we're going to change this class name, and I'm just going to paste this here. Basically, the only change we're going to make is we're going to check if attachments.length is greater than 0. If it is, we want to add this padding. And what this padding does is basically when there are already attachments in the chat, it makes sure that those images don't push the form out of view, so you won't be able to access it. I had this bug when I was testing it, and this fixes it, right? So all we have to do is add this conditional attachments.length greater than 0. If this is true, then add a padding of 5 rem. And now I want you to go to chat.ts. We're going to add this format chat time function. You can pause the video and write this out. I will save you some time by not typing this with you, but you can type this yourself. And once you're done, you can play this part of the video. So basically what this format chat time does is it formats the time in a way that looks very clean. So if it's today, it's going to show the time only, and it's going to show the hour and the minute, right? If it's yesterday, it's just going to return yesterday, not going to give a specific time. But if it's within the last week, it's going to show the day name, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And if it's if it's past a week, then it's just going to show the date, right? I believe this makes it so that the chat list looks very clean in terms of formatting the time. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take this format chat time function and you're going to use it wherever we call time, wherever we pass or return time. So here in the conversation details, this is actually the get conversations function. In our return, we see that we have a format chat time with new date. So anywhere there's a new date, we're going to use format chat time. And there's a second place also, again, where there's new date. This is within the get messages function. We're going to use format chat time. And just to show you how this looks, you can see the time here, you can see the time there and there as well. So it just makes the application very clean when the time is formatted in this way. So let's get over to GitHub. I'm going to create a new repository. We're going to call this not WhatsApp Convex. And then we're just going to make sure this is public. And I'm going to click the repo, create the repo. And I'm going to copy this command right here. I'm going to paste this command here. Perfect. And I'm going to do git add, git commit -m. I'm going to just say finished. And I'm going to git push to main. All right, perfect. And then if I refresh my GitHub, I will see my project here. I'm going to run a build just to make sure there's nothing that's going to stop our production build on Vercel. We'll be deploying our application on Vercel. So let's see how this build goes. All right, we have a couple errors. We can fix them right here. All right, so I'm going to do command and then click on the first error, basically saying I'm not using ID. So I'm going to remove that, remove this comment as well. And then this says unexpected any. All right, so I'll remove the any type. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to return error as a whole. And I'll do the same thing here, remove the any type and just have error there as a whole. And then let's go back to chat. If we go here, the use ref. So it's going to be speech recognition, and then or null. So this type should be good. And then if I go to, if I go to event, I can remove this any type because we have the type here in the useRef. That should be fine. All right, perfect. Now, I think that's about it. Let's run this build again. And our build is successful. So what we're going to do is we're going to push this, and I'm just going to do git add period, git commit -m, going to say build clear, and then I'm just going to push this to set upstream origin main. All right, we're going to clear this. If we refresh our GitHub, you're going to see build clear. Now we're going to go to vercel.com. I'm pretty sure you have an account if you're subscribed to this channel. I'm going to click on add a new project. We're going to import not WhatsApp Convex. Click import. Now there's two things we're going to change. First, we're going to change the build and output settings. We're going to change this to be bun run build. And then we're going to change the install command to be bun install because we used bun as our package manager. We want to keep that consistent. And then for our environment variables, we're going to go back to our project. We're going to go to .env.local. I'm just going to copy this here, paste this in here. It beautifully adds that. Then we're going to remove the last element because it's empty. And then we're going to click deploy. So the deployment is happening. It should finish within a few seconds to a minute. And would you look at that, our deployment was successful. So we're going to click on continue to dashboard. This is going to be our URL. So now that we're on this page, what we're going to do is we're going to click on the project right here. And then we're going to go to settings. And then we're going to go to environment variables. Here you're going to see Convex deployment. And you're going to see next public Convex URL. Now, what we need to do is we need to go to our Convex DB, to our dashboard where we have our data. And then what we're going to do is we're going to click on settings. And then after we click on settings, we're going to click on URL and deploy key. We're going to click on show deployment credentials. Now this URL is going to be placed in the next public Convex URL, which we already have. So we're going to save. And then what we're going to do, I already did it here, but just to show you how this works, you're going to click on generate development deploy key. And I'm just going to name it WhatsApp. And then you're going to copy this key. And what you're going to do is you're going to go back to Vercel. And then you're going to swap Convex deployment with this key. I already did it before, but you're going to paste this here. You're going to click save. And then you're going to go back to deployments. And then you're going to click on your latest deployment right there. Click on redeploy. And then click on redeploy again. And this is going to start a new deployment. And this deployment is going to be with our deploy keys in the environment variables. Now, Convex should be able to communicate with our deployed application. There's one more thing that we have to do. If you remember with Clerk, when we go to configure and we go to webhooks, if you remember the webhook URL we had was using ngrok, and we used that URL so it could expose our localhost 3000. But now that we have a deployed URL, what you're going to do is you're going to click on edit, and you're going to swap this URL, the ngrok URL, with the deployed URL. I've already done so. You can see it here. We're going to click save. So that should work perfectly fine. Now that this redeployment is almost done, one thing that we missed or forgot, one environment key we forgot, environment variable we forgot, is our Clerk webhook secret. So I'm going to be using the same Clerk webhook secret that's in my Clerk account or in my VS Code. I just forgot to add that. Apologies. So what we're going to do is we're going to click save here. And once you've added a new environment variable, you're going to have to redeploy again. So let's redeploy this and we'll test our application. So now that we have our signing secret placed in, if we click send example here, we should see succeeded here. So our webhook works. And if we go to our DB, we go to data, we go to users, we see the two example users that I tested with. So I'm just going to delete this. And then if I go back to my application, I see that everything works perfectly. As a final check, we are going to play with our application. So I'm going to say Mike, and then let's see if I'm messaging the right person. Okay, this is the right person, GG. Hi. As you can see, the chat is so real time, it's so fast, and this is all thanks to Convex. Congrats, you made it to the end. I'm so proud of you. You finished what you started, you built this WhatsApp clone with me, and you now know how to use Nextjs, Convex, and Clerk together. Some great skills to have. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Again, I truly appreciate you. If you finished and watched to the end, you're a real G. Leave a comment down below letting me know you finished. And I also want to thank Convex for making this video happen. This video took too long to make. This tutorial took too long to make. If it wasn't for their support, videos like this can't just be on the channel. It takes so much time, but I thank them so much for their support. They're truly a great product. I enjoyed working with them, and I'll continue working with Convex in my Nextjs projects. But I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Let me know what you want me to build next. And until then, I'll see you in the next one. Peace.